good? I don't have that. I have to turn them off. No. No. Will it be taking money away from us? We want to use it? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Now 6:34. I'm going to bring this meeting of the Lawndale City Council to order. I'm going to ask the city clerk to give us the roll call, please.
Okay, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Suarez.
Here.
Councilmember Kearney.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffman Gorman.
Here.
Councilmember Cuevas.
Here.
Mayor Poland Miles.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next item on the agenda is our ceremonial portion. The Pledge of Allegiance will be held by Hoffman Gorman, and Pastor Dwight Dudley from Calvary Chapel, South Bay, will lead us in a word of inspiration.
Please stand with me, and gentlemen, remove your caps. Recite along with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing.
Is the pastor not here? I thought I saw him here. Okay, it doesn't appear as if the pastor is not here. So join me in a word of inspiration. Who's that? Go ahead. You got a
Matthew
suggestion?
Harbison,
Is the Reverend here?
he's right there.
Come on down, Reverend.
He just volunteered you. Way to go.
Got a Reverend in the house.
Way to volunteer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Matthew.
All right, thank you, sir.
Let us open in prayer. God, we thank you for the opportunity to gather together. We thank you for democracy. We thank you for the opportunity to act civilly with one another. We ask that we would continue to honor this city as we do good work for the people who live here, who work here. And we ask that as we are here to conduct business, that we enjoy the possibility of learning new things from different opinions, but we're also able to be respectful. We pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Harbison, for jumping in there. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Semi-voluntary.
All right. All right.
Semi-voluntary.
Let's have our public safety report. Let's hear from our captain, Nicole Palomino. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
esteemed members of the City Council, and members of the community. I'm Nicole Palomino, the captain of South Los Angeles Station, and I will be presenting the public safety report for October 8th through October 21st. And I will begin by discussing our notable arrests and investigations. So in late September, Lawndale SAO deputies Honey and Ibarra received information about an illegal casino operating in the city of Lawndale. Over the next several weeks, the deputies gathered information and investigated the allegation, and Deputy Honey ultimately authored a search warrant for the location. On October 10th, at approximately 10 p.m., deputies from South Los Angeles Station, along with Narcotics Bureau detectives, served a search warrant at the 14600 block of Prairie Avenue. They recovered a firearm, a large amount of U.S. currency, and narcotics paraphernalia inside the location. 16 individuals were arrested for illegal gambling and issued citations. One male adult was arrested for possession of a firearm and operating an illegal gambling facility. Then on October 13th, at approximately 10:20 a.m., deputies responded to the WSS at 14901 Hawthorne Boulevard regarding a robbery just occurred call for service. During their investigation, deputies tracked the stolen merchandise to a residence in the city of Inglewood. They contained the area, and South Los Angeles Station detectives authored a search warrant for the residence. At the conclusion, 3 male adults and 2 female adults were arrested, and numerous pieces of stolen merchandise were recovered. The suspects were not residents of Lawndale. Regarding our traffic-related incidents, approximately 16 citations were issued during the reporting period for various vehicle code violations, such as failure to stop at a stop sign, failure to stop at a red traffic light, and speeding. And then lastly, the next Neighborhood Watch meeting is scheduled for November 20th at 6 p.m. at the Harold Hoffman Community Center. Everyone from the community is invited and encouraged to attend. This concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions the council might have.
Okay, thank you for the report. Any questions? Hoffman Gorman, yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just have a question, and I don't know right now if you're prepared to answer it. But we just installed, and I hear are operational, our intersection cameras. Since we have public that is interested in that, can you tell us how that's going so far, or do you have any stats or anything?
With the Alpers cameras?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So we have had 3 arrests so far with the Alpers cameras, and so far it's been very successful for the deputies and for the community, and we look forward to getting more arrests with that. It's actually working out the way that we had anticipated.
I love to hear it. Thank you. That's one way. I think it's a beautiful aid that we can have for our officers, considering we know that we're short on officers and would like to have more. This is just one more piece that we can offer the city. So
Yes.
thank you very much to you and your department for being successful on those 3. Let's get more.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Absolutely. Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Captain, for that
Thank
report.
you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, next we have a legislative update from our state senator. He's no stranger to Lawndale. He's been representing us fine in Sacramento for a number of years. I'm going to welcome Senator Stephen Bradford for a legislative update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's truly an honor to be here, a tradition that we've started since my time in the legislature, so I thank you for again affording me this. For those of you not familiar with me, I'm honored to represent the 35th Senate District where we find ourselves today, encompassing much of South Bay cities of LA County. And this happens to be the most ethnically diverse district in the state of California, so I'm proud of that distinction. I serve as Vice Chair of the California Legislative Bloc Caucus, and I also chair the Senate Committee on Energy Utilities and Communications, and I spent 2 years serving on the first in its kind, the Reparations Task Force here in California, which has been the model for other states to emulate. Thank you for having me here today again to provide my legislative update to the Council and members of the community, something I'm proud of to do every year, and now for perhaps my final time to this Council as your state senator. I want to take a moment to recognize the mayor and the Council for your continued outstanding leadership. As your state senator, I'm proud to have worked with my colleagues in the legislature to lead the state through some of the most difficult challenges, including retail theft, fentanyl, homelessness, and climate change. By taking early action, we shrank the budget shortfall and delivered an on-time, balanced budget and protected the progress California has made. We provided record funding for schools. We preserved our core services such as healthcare and education. We passed a package of bills that cracked down on retail theft, modestly increased penalties and closed loopholes, and strengthened law enforcement's ability to combat sideshows and street takeovers. I'm proud to have supported all of these measures, which are now law in the state of California. We've continued our work to combat the state's homelessness crisis and specifically provided $1 billion for local governments to help individuals experience homelessness find a path to stable, affordable housing. We bolstered workplace protections, enhanced paid family leave and disability benefits, I should say, and funded job and leadership training. We passed a historic bond to update our K-12 and our community college facilities to meet the safety and needs of millions of our students, including the largest investment in career technical education facilities. On education, we ensured that our K-12 schools received funding to retain critical programs, prevent employee layoffs, and support educators in their professional development. As chair of the Senate Committee on Energy and Utilities and Communications, I committed and worked to ensure our power continues to be safe, reliable, and affordable as we transition to cleaner resources. The state advanced legislation to streamline environmental reviews for critical energy projects and fortified California's electric grid. This year, I was proud to introduce 15 pieces of legislation, 9 of which were signed into law. First is 1075, Consumer Protection for Overdraft fees requires notification to be sent to credit union members on the same business day every time an overdraft fee is charged, and place a cap, which is now $14, no more than $14, that credit unions can charge these fees. SB 1059 is a cannabis tax, prohibits the local jurisdiction from including state excise tax on sales and use in their definition of gross receipts for the purpose of local taxes, which is making cannabis in the legal market almost unaffordable for individuals. SB 1109, cannabis license, again requires the Department of Cannabis Control to collect and report demographic information of every person with a financial interest in an application for licensure, ensuring that California's cannabis market is as diverse as its population. SB 1348, I just left El Camino College, updating them about the Black serving institutions. It creates a special designation for this institution of higher education to serve as a large percentage of African American students in our community college and our colleges and universities. SB 1328, election security, updates the laws against tampering with voting machines and clarifies election material retention, something that's critical as we approach November 5th. And SB 1130, expanding enrollment of our FARA program, expands the eligibility criteria for the Family Electric Rate Assistance Program, better known as FARA, and requires the state's 3 largest investor-owned utilities to report on their efforts to enroll customers in the FARA program. And SB 1177, enhancing utility supplier diversity, making sure that our utilities contract with women-owned, minority-owned, and disabled veterans businesses, but that we not only increase the spend, but we increase the diversity of that business. And then SB 1331, a biometric identification for alcohol purchases, new technology that's being used in the Intuit Dome, which is the home of the Clippers. And finally, the credit reporting for low-income households removes the sunset on legislation I passed 2 years ago, SB 1157, making it an option for renters and landlords to report those individuals who pay their rent on time so they can establish credit. Over 200 people have taken, 2,000 people, I should say, in California have already taken advantage of that and have a credit standing today. Additionally, I'm proud of the 5 other historic pieces of legislation I introduced 5 pieces of reparations legislation. Unfortunately, they were not signed by the governor, so I won't bore you with all that excitement. And, but I'm proud of the progress that we've made for the atonement in our state as it relates to slavery and racial injustice. The Legislative Black Caucus was successful in authoring and passing a series of bills to address the legacy of racial discrimination in the state, including a formal apology for California's historical role in the perpetuation of slavery and enduring legacy. And there's still much work to be done in this area, and I know the Legislative Black Caucus will continue to bring reparations to fruition in the years to come. And as I close, I just want to mention some district events. On November 2nd, I'll be partnering with the National African American Male Wellness Agency for Black men's health wellness at the Michelle and Barack Obama Sports Complex from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. There will be free health screenings, live entertainment, Kids Zone, and free community resources. I'm also excited about our annual turkey giveaway, which will be November 22nd, right down the street at El Camino College. We encourage you to come out at 10 a.m. and take advantage of this holiday season event. And lastly, I want to take this moment to express how deeply honored I've been to represent the 35th Senate District. As I prepare to wrap up my term as your senator, I reflect on the immense gratitude and trust and partnership we have built together with this council and your staff. Serving this community has truly been one of the greatest privileges of my life. I want to thank you again for having me here today, and I'm proud to represent you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for that report. Thank you for visiting us tonight, as you have every year since you've been in office, to give a legislative report. Just thank you for that. I see you had a pretty robust legislative session. I mean, you're known for really getting a lot of bills signed, and the effectiveness that you have as a legislature is to be commended. I wanted to point out real quick and just thank you for Senate Bill 924. I know it removed the sunset on a previous bill that you had authored. And that's really important because I see that as a consumer protection bill. You have folks that may pay their rent on time, and that's a product that they're purchasing in a type of credit, if you will. And for them not to have that reflected on their credit report, I think that does consumers a disservice. So this bill really corrects that error. So I appreciate that. And just speaking from a lot of people that's in that position, I want to thank you for that bill in particular. I'm going to ask my colleagues real quick if they have anything, then I'll provide a few more words. Anyone have anything they want to add? Yes, ma'am. Hoffman Gorman.
Steve, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart and from the people of Lawndale. I think that you've known me since I was just a puppy. So I just want to say thank you for all the hours, the energy, and everything you have done to represent the people of Lawndale.
Well, I want to thank you, not only you, but your parents, your father's legacy for embracing me well before I made it to the legislature. I probably wouldn't be not standing here without their friendship, their guidance, and mentors. So thank you for your leadership as well.
Thank you.
So, Senator, I want to thank you as well. Oh, yeah, we do have this new system. I'm supposed to be looking at this monitor here. Right. Mr. Kearney.
Steve, it's been an honor working with you. You know, we're like brothers from another mother. We talk about our hair salons we go to all the time. And I'll be there on the 2nd. Jasmine, put me down. Your turkey giveaway.
You're always there. We couldn't have a turkey giveaway without you. Unfortunately, I won't have a toy giveaway, so you won't be able to play Santa Claus at my event, but I know you'll be playing Santa somewhere. So thank you for your friendship and your dedication to not only Lawndale, but to the 35th Senate District as well.
One of you gets your money, but the other one doesn't.
Ms. Cuevas.
Senator, it's been a pleasure these past 4 years helping you out in some of your events and being part of what you have brought to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Couldn't do it without you.
Senator, I want to once again thank you for all your hard work and your commitment to your community, for your Senate district. You know, we go back a long ways, years.
I had hair. That's how far back we go back.
He actually did have hair when we first met. But I want to thank you for also providing guidance to myself as a new, staffer to the California legislature. As you know, I was there for about 24 years, and you were there all along. And with all the, the responsibilities that you have enjoyed over the last years, from working for Edison, representing the city on the utility side, to when you got an assembly, you was able to show some of the young staffers how to do assembly work, and I was among those that benefit from your knowledge. So I want to just thank you for that. And I know you're going to continue to do great things or what have you, and we'll be there looking for you and cheering you on.
I appreciate it.
And this is your second home. Gardena is your first. This is Lawndale is your second. So we hope to see you soon. Thank you so
And
much.
again, it's been an amazing 14 years representing you both in the Assembly and the Senate, and I just want to thank you for the collaboration that we've had from your city staff to the elected officials, but to the community as well. And in the words of the late Nipsey Hussle, the marathon continues. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the 2024 Deputy and Firefighter of the Year. Let's have the staff report and the introduction. Yes, sir. Take it away.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Tonight, we are pleased to be introducing the community to two very special public servants that we wish to recognize for their outstanding contributions to the City of Lawndale. It has become a tradition in the City of Lawndale to honor annually the Deputy and Firefighter of the Year. And first, I'd like to introduce our Deputy of the Year. This deputy has only been a deputy for a few years, having joined the Sheriff's Academy in 2021. After completing the academy, his first assignment was in the Men's Central Jail, where he worked his rookie year before being transferred to the South Los Angeles Station in February of 2023. This deputy is a native Angelino, and having grown up in a dangerous neighborhood in South Central Los Angeles, saw firsthand the importance of law enforcement. He was also influenced by his older brother, Luis, who is also a deputy sheriff and veteran of Lawndale. Since joining the Lawndale team as an overlap unit, this deputy has made over 100 arrests in 9 months and has helped to provide a safe and peaceful community for all Lawndale residents. It is my honor to introduce to this council Deputy Daniel Cano Robles, this 2024 Deputy of the Year. Deputy. Secondly, I would like to introduce our Lawndale Firefighter of the Year for 2024. This firefighter began his career of service at the age of 18 when he enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, where he served 3 combat tours in the Iraq War over an 8-year span. After being honorably discharged as a combat veteran, this firefighter immediately was hired by the Los Angeles County Fire Department, where he started as a fire suppression aide fighting wildfires. In 2014, he further expanded his knowledge and service to the community by graduating from paramedic school and continues to serve as a firefighter-paramedic and has become qualified as a flight medic for the department's Air Operations Division. This firefighter has served with the department for 17 years and continues to challenge himself, having recently completed an associate's degree in fire science. He is also a happily married man and a father to 4 children, ages 2 through 11. City of Lawndale is happy to present Firefighter of the Year, Marcus Cooper. Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it over to you now for your presentations.
Thank you so much. Deputy Robles, Firefighter Cooper. I want to congratulate both of you guys for your hard work and your commitment to this community and to the county, LA County as a whole, for putting your life on the line every day to service our families, our communities, our children, our schools, the whole entire community of Los Angeles County. It's not easy work, long hours. You're not certain if you're going to come home every day. But you do the hard work, and we can't thank you enough. The plaques that we're going to give tonight, they're just a little token of our appreciation to show you that we see you and we honor you for your commitment. Both of you have served your community, served your departments well. And for that, we thank you and we honor you tonight. I'm going to see if my colleagues want to say a few words, and then we'll take a picture. Is that all right? All right, let's do that. Let's have a few. Anybody want to say anything?
I will. Deputy Robles, you actually came to my house. I think it was, so I just want to thank you for following through, and to the department for updating me and also to Firefighter of the Year as well. Just, it's like the mayor mentioned, putting your lives at risk and, you know, doing the work that a lot of people wouldn't prefer to do and trying to keep us safe. So we do appreciate that.
Absolutely. Okay. With that, we'll make some. Okay, one more.
And I want to compliment firefighter Cooper for his service to the country. We didn't mention the country, but serving the country. And hoorah, devil dog.
Deborah Dog. All right. Okay. Join us for a presentation. So you know we made these plaques in the back. Yeah, we got our own wood, wood chop machine. So this will read Deputy Daniel Colonel Robles, Los Angeles County Sheriff Department, Lawndale Service Center, South Los Angeles Station, serving Los Angeles. City of Lawndale, 2024 Deputy of the Year, in recognition of your outstanding commitment to the community, public safety, and the mission of the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department. Congratulations on being the 2024 Deputy of the Year. Presented by the Lawndale City Council on behalf of all of our residents, or about 32,000 residents here in the city of Lawndale. Congratulations. Okay, presented to firefighter Marcus Cooper, Los Angeles County Fire Department, Kenneton Station number 21, Lawndale, California. City of Lawndale, 2024 Firefighter of the Year, in recognition of your outstanding commitment to serving the Lawndale community and your dedication to public service. Congratulations on being selected 2024 Firefighter of the Year. Once again, presented by the City Council and the entire community of Lawndale. Congratulations.
Robert, in the middle.
Say something? No, you can say something too. Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to the community for all the support that you guys give us. We wouldn't be out there being able to do our job without the support of the community and the help of the community. I also want to thank my family, which is sitting in the back left corner, for being my support system in this very rigorous job. Thank you all, and God bless.
I just wanted to say good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and City Council and the community for this award. It always seems weird accepting an award for Firefighter of the Year just for doing my job. I definitely want to thank my family, my wife, and my son are here today. I couldn't do what I do without them. And secondly, I got to thank my crew and especially my Captain Cameron, for being such a good role model and someone to look up to show me the right way. Thank you.
Short. Sorry. Yeah.
Now it's about, you guys have
did with my pen. Oh, here we go. It's all good? Okay. Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 4, a presentation for Centinela Valley Union High School District. Let's have our superintendent. Superintendent Nealman, how are you, sir?
Very good, thank you. I'm going to invite my staff to come up here and join me. Of all the sheriffs left, you guys gave me a laser pointer here. I'm going to make the officers jumpy. They see what's going around, thinking they got an assassin in here or something, right? All right, so let's see. Let's make sure this thing's working. Where am I pointing this? Somebody tell me where I'm pointing. This way? Okay.
Right.
It's upside down?
You can, I don't know where you pointing at.
I got nothing.
I think you're pointing, well, she'll tell you.
I pointed at Mike.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll do like the clapper when I want the slide to move, right? It'll jump. All right. Well, we'll start with the introductions then first. Okay. So first of all, Honorable Mayor Pullen Miles, Mayor Pro Tem Suarez, City Council members, and the City Clerk. Thank you for having us here tonight. We want to just a quick update on what's going on in Centinela Valley. I brought with me tonight Dr. Kelly Santos, my Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Pamela Brown, my Assistant Superintendent of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and Dr. Daniel LaRudia, my CBO. So we all have pretty deep ties with the community. Some people here were raised in the community and went to schools in the community. So Dan has also been part of City of Lawndale as one of your commissioners. Pam was a graduate of Lusinger High School and was also principal of Lusinger High School. Kelly and I both live in Hawthorne right now. I did live in Lawndale for a little bit also. So they got a good celebration. I want to go see what they're doing out there. We have about 80 years of experience between us at Centinela Valley and in the community also. And I just want to thank you all for your support for our district and everything that we've been doing over the past 25 years or so that we've been in the district. The three of us started pretty much at the same time as teachers in the district. I was at Lawndale High School. Kelly was like right next door to me. Pam was at Lusinger High School, and Dan was one of my students. So that's look what's happened now, right? So Dan was also my boss. He was a school board member for the school board. So and then now I'm Dan's boss. So
There you go.
congratulations, Dan. Bring it all the way around. All right. So again, we're going to talk about a few things. We can go to the next slide. Oh, it's working now. All right. So let's try it. There we go. All right. Sweet. Okay, so we have some great programs at our high schools. We have academies at each of our high schools. This is something that we invested in early. When I started at Lawndale High School, we had one academy. That was the Marine Science Academy, and I helped start that one when I was there as a brand new teacher. But since then, we've developed quite a bit. So I'm going to start with Hawthorne High School. So Hawthorne High School, we have AVID, we have NJRTC for the Navy group there. We have a Woods and Technology pathway. And we have a technical arts and design pathway and a school of manufacturing and engineering. If you've never been able to come to one of our campuses and see what some of our academies look like, I really encourage you to get out there and see some of them. The one at Hawthorne is fantastic. If you see the engineering academy, what these kids are making, stuff is going up on the space station. Some of the kids that graduate are starting their own companies, and they're making products for like Northrop and all the other aerospace companies, just right out of high school, starting their own companies and doing stuff like that. If we look at Lawndale High School has AVID also Spanish Dual Enrollment Immersion Program, Marine Science Academy, Biomedical Careers Academy, Academy of Cinematic Arts, Music and Recording Arts Pathway, and what we're going to have for next year with a partnership with El Camino College is a early college program where students, while they're in high school, can work on getting their AA degree also. So we currently have dual enrollment classes where students can take some college classes, but we don't have it where it's a whole pathway. Okay, also, Lusinger High School. Lusinger High School has expanded what the academies they have. Like when I started in the district, I think they only had the Environmental Careers Academy shortly, right? Yeah. But now they also have the Advanced Academics Academy, the Multimedia Careers Academy, and the Culinary Careers Academy. Again, if you get a chance to check out the Culinary Careers Academy, it's like an industrial kitchen in there with all the different workstations. It's really cool to see the kids making stuff. They go out, they run a taco cart and everything. So if you guys have an event you want to do, you can see if you can get our kids scheduled to come out and make tacos for you. It's great. Okay, also, we have our continuation school, which is Lloyd High School, and the Sentinel Valley Independent Study School. So this really, these two schools really meet the needs of students who have, for the continuation school, those who have fallen behind on credits, they need to make up the credits in order to graduate. For our independent study schools, for the students who have something going on where, they just don't feel comfortable going to school every day for either health reasons, or they have anxiety, or, they just prefer to work at home. And we meet the needs of those students through that program too. So next up is a little bit about community schools from Dr. Santos.
Thank you. Good evening. So in the 25 years that I've been in Centinela Valley at both Lawndale and at Lusinger, I think the advent of our Community Schools Initiative, which began last year with this first year of implementation, is one of which we are extremely proud. So essentially, if you don't know what a community school is as an initiative, it's really a unique place where we have a set of partnerships with our community resources to provide our students and our families with resources, connections, opportunities that ultimately impact not only students' learning, but helping us to grow stronger families and healthier communities. For us, what we have been doing in these last 2 years, so last year and already beginning this year, is we are leveraging our community resources and partnerships to bridge the gaps that we are seeing in preparing our students for college, career, and life, which is really what our ultimate goal is as a district. So this includes meeting our students' and families' basic needs through such as events as resource fairs and produce distributions. Last year, we served about 1,500 families through such resources. And we are also implementing wellness activities and events that support students' social, emotional, and mental health needs as well. Also connected through our community schools are partnerships that provide post-secondary opportunities for not only our students, but our families as well. So as we move into the second year of implementation, we're partnering with our local feeder districts, so including Lawndale Elementary, Hawthorne Elementary, and Lenox, who also have community schools initiatives to bring together these resources and partnerships to serve our families from K through 12th grade as they get ready to then matriculate into their post-secondary opportunities. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Brown to talk to you a little bit about our safety initiatives.
All right, thank you, and good evening. Aside from the educational supports, as a district, we also want to be proactive in supporting our students' physical safety and emotional well-being. The district safety team, admin, and staff communicate monthly at safety meetings and coffee with the principals to discuss the comprehensive safety plans and substance and violence prevention programs and efforts in place on our campuses. The meetings provide us with opportunities to share district-wide safety practices and get feedback from parents, staff, and students. In addition, the district holds an annual safety summit to educate leaders and the surrounding area schools. As a part of our Safe Schools initiative, we are working to decrease substance abuse and violence while building relationships and improving the social emotional health of our students. This initiative involves a proactive approach where we plan workshops and trainings for all of our stakeholders. The workshops and trainings include substance abuse education, restorative practices, and using community circles to build community and support students engaging in positive behaviors on our school campuses. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Arrutia to discuss our athletics fields.
I promise there's not more of us. I'm the last one. Oh, wrong direction. All right. So to close it off here, you learned a lot about our programming. That is largely supported by our facilities. We can't really do what we're able to do without those facilities. So I just want to give you a couple construction updates. I'm sure you've all seen the progress, whether you're driving on the 405, you see the progress at Lawndale, driving by Lusinger. So Lusinger pretty much wrapped up. Spring 2024, you saw the brand new artificial turf. This is collegiate level stadium with fully equipped with batting cages, artificial turf, LED lighting, all the works. So that's in completion there. Rice, the theater at Lusinger High School, is under construction. That's going to be completed in January 2026. We'll invite you when there's a ribbon cutting for that and hope you're able to attend. Lawndale Athletics, some of you were able to attend the ribbon cutting. I heard commentary from folks that toured the LA Chargers practice facility, and there were some comparisons in our favor. So if you haven't, you want to take a tour, please let us know. That's largely completed, still some punch list items, but really excited about that project. Hawthorne's largely still a big pile of dirt, so that's coming summer 2025. Just very quickly give you some overviews of what we have here. So Lusinger campus totally transformed. You can kind of see that progress overhead. In the middle there, that green square, that's the Rice Auditorium. Again, that will be completed within the next 18 months. Those peach kind of colors, the middle one is the one of the gyms at Lusinger. It is in need of some significant repair outside and inside. I'm going to borrow the mayor's term. We want to be Olympics ready. If you don't know, back in 1932, Lusinger hosted some practice games for the LA Olympics. We want to continue to be a part of that. So we too would like to be Olympics ready. And so there's also some parking lot work you can see in the corners there. We have some drainage and crack issues, and I know the city knows how much deferred maintenance costs. So we have some still significant work to complete our schools. So that's Lusinger. This is some progress of Lawndale I mentioned. Again, if anyone wanted to take a tour, just kind of check out the facilities, please let us know. These are kind of state-of-the-art. You have a gymnasium that's air-conditioned, fully equipped with LED lighting, all the works. We're really excited to be able to support our athletes with this latest phase of change. Lastly, you can see some of the photos of Hawthorne, or at least a mock-up of what it is to be. So you have all the sites are equipped with a multi-purpose field that includes lacrosse striping, soccer striping, football practice, softball, baseball, fully equipped with dugouts, batting cages for practice, basketball courts striped with pickleball. Pickleball has become very popular, as well as fully equipped football stadium with concessions, restroom facilities, all the works for our visitors that are attending. So remaining, just a couple of photos. There are more, but that's what I could fit on the slide. We're trying to consolidate this down, but you can see the Lusinger gym there that needs some substantial work outside and inside. Same with the Hawthorne gymnasiums, as well as some other projects we're looking at, like solar energy generation. That would allow us to offset our nearly $2 million in electrical costs and allow us to reinvest those dollars back into our programming, which you partially just learned about. If this works, there's a 30-second video, but I see some ellipses there, and that might not work. Maybe? Maybe one more click? No. Well, if not, we'll share that via URL so that you can watch. It's a 30-second commercial just to kind of highlight our programs. It gives you a better in-depth look, and I see a finger.
Click on it again.
That is a code to an enrollment page, but again, we'll circle back with the city manager with a link to some videos. Take you a few minutes, and you get to see kind of insights in some of our programs, and I'm sure you'll enjoy. Anything to close it off?
No, that's just it. I want to thank you guys so much and the community. I mean, we couldn't have done all of this. It's been, over 15 years of construction that we've been through. The classrooms that I taught in and worked in and on the different sites when I was a beginning teacher and an administrator are no longer there. If you've been to the sites, you've seen all the changes that have happened. You've seen how things have, as far as the programs we have. When you walk on our campuses now, they look like college campuses, really. And it's couldn't have done it, again, without the support of the community. So we do want to thank the community for everything that they've done to bring us to this point. And, of course, my Board of Education, too.
And I want to thank you, Mr. Superintendent, and your team, your dedicated team. You are absolutely correct when you say, first started for me for Lawndale High School. And when you hear from people outside of the community and they mention how nice Lawndale High School looks, and they say that it looks like a community college, that says a lot. That says a lot. And then you go down to Lusinger, and you see the work that's been done at Lusinger. I mean, these are two A1 facilities, and your hard work and commitment really made this happen. Of course, the voters, of course, authorized it through the bond measures, and these are those dollars at work. And it was worth it. Did you say 15 years of construction?
At least, yeah.
So it's definitely worth it because, as you know, when a school campus is inviting, it's more conducive to a learning experience, right? And so that's why these projects are so important. Hawthorne is fabulous as well, but this is Lawndale. But
course.
I've been to the Hawthorne campus as well. But the fields for Lawndale and the fields also at Lusinger, oh man, you can't beat that. You can't beat those fields, you know, and the athletic facilities. Of course, we did take the tour recently. You did your dedication for the Lawndale facilities, and that was a really a nice showcase. So I look forward, you know, to those remaining projects as well. And I just want to say congratulations, you know, you and your whole team for a job well done.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else want to add anything?
I just have one question for the doctor. The
Yeah.
no, the younger of the two.
Oh, the youngest one.
Yeah. On the pool aquatics complex, is that going to be Hawthorne's pool?
So, I mean, that would depend on our ability. So I don't know, historically, that actually used to be Centinela property, the Hawthorne pool, the current Hawthorne pool. So that would have to be something that we would look at. But, you know, of course, we're looking at all of our options. If we're able to add an aquatics complex into one of our schools, I think is a goal.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, just a point of clarification, which I think Daniel said, they're all doctors. And I when I went to school, I don't think any of you had the doctor. I was at Lusinger, had the doctor title, so congratulations.
The last thing I would add, while I have you here, I know, Doctor, we spoke about this, possibly open the young doctor. Who's a young doctor? It could have been any one of you guys. Hey, I don't know.
At one.
We talked about opening up the fields possibly for allowing people to walk around the track, similar to what we do at aviation. You know, they have the practice, well, people practice on the field, but then there's a track where you can get exercise and stuff like this, which is open to the community. I know you might be a long ways from getting there, but I encourage.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, this is community investment, so I think we initially talked about that many years ago, maybe when I was in a different role as well. But that certainly, you know, as we have these facilities come online, we want, of course, our students to have priority, but we want to look at potential partnerships along the way.
Okay, we'll do. Okay. Thank you once again. Congratulations. All right.
Thank you, doctor.
Okay, with that, let me switch over here. Okay. The next presentation is by Esmola. The Day of the Dead, La Dia de los Muertos on festival presentation. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Dear Mayor Pullum Miles, City Council, and wonderful, I need to put it, yeah, okay. Better? Is it? Okay, I'm not that tall, so. Dear wonderful Mayor, sorry, I start again. Dear Mayor Pullum Miles, City Council, and wonderful City of Lawndale staff. We, a small experimentally structured museum of art, I hope by now you all know us. We are 5 minutes over there, and we are located in Lawndale. And we would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank you for welcoming us so warmly. Since opening last December, not even a year ago, we already feel like being part of this Lawndale community, and that all is thanks to your support. You have invited us to participate in your special events, such as the Youth Parade, the Health, Safety and Pet Fair, and many more, and we are excited for our upcoming Halloween hunt. We also encouraged, and you also encouraged and helped us to launch our first Shark Festival together, which turned out to quite a huge success. Now we are thrilled to embark on our latest endeavor together, the Dia de los Muertos Festival. We'd like to take a moment to introduce the event in more detail and thank you again for your wonderful collaboration. Dulce Stein, the curator of this festival, is the best person to speak further about it. Hi, Dulce.
Hi. Thank you very much for having us.
Hello.
We are very, very, very excited for the opportunity to present the first annual Dia de los Muertos in the city of Lawndale, the heart of the South Bay. This opportunity is unique to us. I grew up here in this area. My children attended schools, many of the schools that were presented today, and I'm a current student of El Camino College as well. I joined the SMOA family, when, 3 months ago? 3 months ago? June 30th. And immediately I saw the opportunity that we are offering to our community. I wish that my children would have had an SMOA to go to when they were going up, and not to take them so far away to the museums. This museum is really, really a place where we can grow together. And as a example is el Día de los Muertos, which is going to be a celebration, a cultural celebration, but not only of Mexico, but of the other Central America and South America countries that celebrate it as well. And we are going to be having different workshops, communal altar. We have several guests that are members of the city, as well as the library and the city of Lawndale, and several businesses. We're hoping to have the folklorico from Lusinger High School, and folklorico, this is a community folklorico from Parks and Rec from the city of Los Angeles, which is 45 members, family members. So as you see, it's going to be a family-oriented gathering of families, where not only are we going to be participating in dance and food and cultural and celebration, and also in education. I hope we hope with all our hearts to come together and to celebrate our first annual, and to just see it grow and grow and grow and grow, not only in our space here. It's going to happen right here, outside right here. So to not only make it grow there, but also in our hearts and in our families. And with that, I want to bring Brian Puertas. So I'm Mexican, so for me, it's really strange not to see in 100 years of, this city and this city and this city, and never a festival created for this important holiday for our communities. And Lawndale will be the first city, we will be the first. And hopefully, yeah. And hopefully we can invite the other cities to come and mingle with us, right? And, Brian is from Guatemala, and we were having this conversation, right? In front of Barbara and Eva. Oh, el Día de los Muertos, this and this and this and this. And then Brian said, well, in Guatemala, we celebrate with kites. Yeah, so we're going to have a workshop where not necessarily a kite flying, don't expect your kite, but it's called barriletes. So it's an art form. It's a kite. So we are going to be learning not only the celebration of wedding, but from how other communities and cultures celebrate. So do you want to speak something about the, oh, and we're also going to be having like this. We're going to be having flower papers, and you can use it. I mean, all kinds of things. So please come. And we have flyers. Yeah. So here's Brian Puertas.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed council members. As you mentioned, I am Brian Puertas. I do communications at ISMOA. And on behalf of ISMOA, I wanted to share some news from the Supervisor Holly Mitchell. We have got the grant of $7,000 to support the upcoming festival. We are deeply grateful to Supervisor Mitchell and her office for continuing support in the arts and reaching our community. We look forward to working closely with you all to continue our mission and to hopefully bring this festival to life and continue kind of support Lawndale and also the community members who live here. Because most of us here are people of color, and I feel like the Dia de los Muertos will kind of expand that idea, and hopefully we can expand it to other cities. Yeah, as Dulce mentioned, I think when we think about Dia de los Muertos, we want to get away from the idea of the Hollywood of Dia de los Muertos, like your Cocos or your Book of Life, and really have it more of a family member and going to your grandmother's house. So thank you. We wish you see all you guys there.
Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Okay, November 2nd, November 2nd.
I was just going to add that November 2nd from 11 to 4 p.m. we will be here in front. And it will be, everything is for free. So when we said we're going to bring in food, we're going to have like a tent where we give out snacks for free. So it's really, everybody is welcomed and it's a free event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for their presentation and for putting on that event. We look forward to it. This would be my second one in the City of LA. We just put on our first one. I work for the City of LA. We put on our first one last year, and we have another one we're putting on this year. So this would be it's very fun, and it's very, you reflective on your loved ones. And so this is a good community event. So thank you for bringing this to our community. Absolutely. With that, let's see, where are we? We're on oral communications, right? Oral communications, we have opportunity to speak to this body on items that are not on the agenda. If you would like to do so, we ask that you line up by the flag. When it becomes your turn, if you would just come to the podium, if you would start with your name first. At about 2.5 minutes, the amber light will come on, giving you the signal to wrap things up. You don't have to wait for your name to be mentioned. Just simply approach after the person ahead of you has concluded. Let's have our first speaker. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Frank Talavera. I live on the 4500 block of West 154th Street. And I've attended several council meetings in the last couple of months, and the concern that has come up over and over is about building permits and city codes. And at the last meeting, I believe it was Council Member Gorman that asked for like real life examples. She hears the complaints, but she doesn't see what are they. So I wanted to come and share mine with the council this evening. My home improvement dream has turned into a nightmare, something like writing the sequel to Tom Hanks' comedy series of years back, The Money Pit. Okay, so it's been a journey, and it all started on December of 2020. We contracted with an architect, drew up plans to build our forever home on the back part of our property located on 154th Street. A few weeks after designing our future home, our architect called the city and spoke with Rafael Garcia at that time, who I now know that is no longer here. The city planner at that time shared a rough draft. We shared a rough draft with Rafael and asked for recommendations before submitting our site review. But he stated in an email that he wouldn't make any recommendations without submitting the site review plan, which cost me $2,500. On March 9th, the architect was notified by Rafael, the city planner, that our property was non-conforming. Well, how did that happen? So, and the longtime residents that were here, okay, our properties went all the way up to the curb, okay? But in 1971 or 72, the city came in, and I don't know if it was by eminent domain or whatever trick they used to take our property. Well, they took 2.5 feet. So now my setback is 17.5 feet and not the 20 feet required. So 5 houses on my block became non-conforming thanks to the city of Lawndale. Okay, so when we were advised of that by Rafael, I called him and asked if there was any remedy, any recourse that I could adhere to or get, such as being grandfathered, since it wasn't me that lost they gave up the 2.5, or my parents, but it was the city, and it's a great sidewalk. Anyways, I'm not complaining about the sidewalk, but now I'm non-conforming, and the house that we live on, I've been there. I was born in that house, raised right there on 154th, and I'm there right now. And I'm seeing that I'm going to probably run out of time. So that's why I wanted to go last. But anyways, fast forward, okay, so we couldn't do that. So all our hopes were dashed because Rafael said, no, I guarantee you, I will not even recommend that to the city.
Time's expired.
Because time is up. Because, can I just get 1 minute?
Yeah, wrap it up. Take 10 seconds to wrap it up.
Okay, well, anyways, from 2020 now to 2024, I walked in last Thursday and talked to the tech that's there. So the plans are now up for final review. Hopefully, by November 11th, we'll get an answer. So after two site reviews that I had to abandon because of what the city had told me, this third one, and also the Rafael, this conditional variance that we asked for, it was $5,000. So I said, forget it. I'm not going to use that because funds are limited.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
But, well, let me just finish this with this part. So that same variance, now I had to pay for, again, just to legalize the two rooms that I had that have been there since my grandfather bought the property in 1956.
Got it.
So now I did what every desperate, frustrated homeowner did and updated the home without permits.
Okay.
So now I'm in this situation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? That's the real thing.
Yes, ma'am. Let's hear from. Yes, sir. You're welcome. Let's hear.
Okay, Holly Osborne, Redondo Beach, and I'm going to skip the posters tonight because I want us to talk about something slightly different. I don't know if you guys look at the agenda that Metro puts out, but the green line is actually on the agenda for Planning and Programming Committee on Wednesday. And that means you can talk, and that means you can actually ask a question. And one of the things on the agenda is re-engage with BNSF. The last time I said, if any of you give me a BNSF business card, I'll give you $5. But listen, I can't ask to find out who the BNSF contacts are, but you guys are in positions of authority, so maybe you can. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about is I've heard about all the drone stuff. We've had drones too, and I just want to give you one specific example. First of all, I think those drones might be measuring because I've talked so many times about all the errors on the row width, okay? And I think maybe they're trying to get new measurements. But again, I can't ask. You could. And in Redondo, a person who lived between Artesia and Grant, was told, your stuff is on the row, we're going to take it away. And that person had to hire her own surveyor to prove that it wasn't. So if you've got any power, ask what the drones are doing, and if they're taking surveyor measurements, ask for them. And I asked my own city council to do that too. But I just wanted you guys to know, if you want to hear my speech, you can tune in on Wednesday at the P&P committee. There.
Yes.
That's making up his a minute and a half.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Good night, members of the council. My name is Jose Padilla. I'm from 15 Houghton Boulevard. I'm just here because I know I missed a couple meetings. There was some stuff going on with the staff over here, and I wish I was here to know I was aware of this. I wish in the future you guys can send stuff out in Spanish and English for the people in this community, because there's a lot of Latinos in the community now, and they have a lot of concerns. As me owning businesses in Lawndale, I heard a lot of concerns in the community of what's going on here, and we pretty much gave up in the past, because you know what, I gave up in the past too and moved to Hawthorne and started businesses over there. But then I said to myself, why should I leave a place that I grew up and I love so much? I even moved out of this city, and my kid the other day, I dropped him off at the barbershop, and he walked from there to my business, and he said, Dad, it feels good to walk over here, He feels safe. And then that's when I told myself, why are we going to allow members on the council or the staff to do whatever they want or take their power? We as a business and citizens, we have rights. We put you guys in there to help us, to work with us. You know how beautiful it's out there right now when all these people got awarded and everything. I feel part of this community. But when I walk out of here, what happens? We still have the same stuff going on. It's not business. You guys are not business friendly. You guys are not doing nothing for businesses. You guys have a lot of people that own properties are pretty much losing their properties because you guys are condemning them to do something else, and that's not fair. I don't think it's fair. When you work so hard to buy yourself a property, and then you guys have the right to say, no, you can't do this with it, you can't do that with it, I know we gotta follow the rules, but don't limit the rules because you want another big investor to come in and do housing because I know that's you guys' priority because of the tax. But don't forget, businesses generate tax too, you know? So you guys need to be involved with the businesses. You guys need to help and be involved with the community because one of these days it's gonna change and it's gonna vote you guys out of here. You know, so you guys need to really work with the community because that, especially the Latino community, is going to wake up, and a lot of people is going to go ahead and get removed from their seats. You know, so I just ask you guys to please help out. I'm involved with the community. You guys need to be involved and have the love and follow a legacy for yourselves, and not for your pockets.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Matthew Harbison. So I've been going to different places after dark. My daughter plays in different sports, and one of the things I've noticed, particularly in Gardena and some of the other cities, that they have these wraparounds on their poles. What I mean by that is they have a red stop sign. Stop signs are red, and then yellow signs for this not a through street. But the pole itself has a wrapping, like a red wrapping for stop signs and a yellow wrapping for no entry or some sort of caution thing. And when it's foggy, you don't always get to see the signs very clearly, but when you've got your lights on and a red pole pops out, you know, hey, I'm at a stop sign. I'm not saying I'm missing stop signs, but on a foggy night, these things, they really catch the eye, and I'd recommend that the city look into getting some of those. And it's not, you wouldn't wrap them around the poles that are like the light poles or anything like that. We're looking strictly at the little square poles with all the holes in them. It makes a U shape, it wraps around it. Red ones go there, yellow ones on the other ones. Just things that we need to know about for safety purposes. And I think that as the fog starts rolling in, it would be something that might be helpful in some of the areas that fog is very permanent in, or prevalent in, and permanent too. But these are the things that I think as a safety measure might be helpful for our community. Also, if who's ever in charge of parking in and around the streets, if they could get my number and contact me sometime this week. I have some questions about the local area in which I park. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council, mayor, city manager, city attorney. My name is Olga Sierra Gonzalez. I'm the chairperson for the beautification committee. I wanted to come last time, but wasn't able to be here. I just wanted to give you guys a quick update about our cleanup after I came to talk about it the first time. We had a little over 40 participants come out for the cleanup that Saturday, the 28th of September. It was great because in the past couple of cleanups, we had 0 or maybe 5 people come out. So I want to say thank you for those who were able to come out, council, mayor, I know city manager. Not all of you guys were able to make it, and I understand we have things to do on our days off. I do want to thank Officer Bauer because he was able to connect us with a vendor that donated some delicious burritos, and that is, so thank you, Officer Bauer. And I was going to ask if you would please come up here really quickly because I have a certificate from the beautification committee for you because you stepped up, Officer Bauer stepped up by connecting you. And you were great. So thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate that. So if anybody from any other vendors are out there, any other places that would like to donate in the future, hey, we're open to suggestions, of course, but your burritos are delicious, I gotta tell you. We were hoping for more, but we'll take what we can get. So thank you so much for that. And the facility is El Chile Pelon, correct? So thank you so much. I also want to thank municipal services staff because they always step up. They're always there for us. Letty, Paco, Robert, everyone that's out there, even Public Works who comes out to pick up our trash. Thank you so much. And I do want to encourage everyone for our spring cleanup to please come out. Don't just make it, you came out for the fall and that's it. Come on out and support us as well. And we do have the holiday decorating contest coming up, so encourage everyone to participate. We'd love to go out and see all the decorations. Thank you so much for everything. Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Andrew Blackney, and so, Rhonda, you asked for representative examples of issues that people living in the city have had. So I recently was out doing one of my daily walks. I try and walk for about an hour through our beautiful city every day, just to breathe in the beautiful air we have and meet the beautiful people we have. I had the honor of meeting a gentleman by the name of Neil, who lives on 147th Street, and he's had various issues with the city delaying his ability to build his house or to renovate his house. And one of the most ridiculous examples of that was there was a tree that was on the sidewalk that had been damaged and fell over onto his property. And so he got that and cut down the branches that were there. And the city came out and told him that he couldn't, that tree now needed to be completely removed, and he could not continue construction on his property until that was done. It had nothing to do with what he was doing inside the house, had nothing to deal with anything at all. It wasn't even remotely near his house. There's like the sidewalk, the tree, his driveway, and then his house. And so he was telling me, venting to me about the frustrations of that. And I had a great conversation with him before, and as soon as it turned to that, you could visibly tell how frustrated he was. And of course, he can't come to things like this. He has a young child, and his wife is pregnant, and he has to be there to take care of them. So he can't come out to things like this. And so I wanted to be able to give a voice for him and be able to tell you this realistic example of frustration for him and his very young family trying to get started to beautify their house. And he's done a lot of great work, but he's being held back by the red tape directly from the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Danielle Sevilla. I am a Lawndale resident. I live on Osage. Good evening, esteemed mayor and city council and city staff. As a general law city, our beautiful city of Lawndale is organized and operated under California state law guidelines with a city council, city manager form of government. This means that the city council provides overall policy direction and is tasked with ensuring effective and efficient municipal services and responding to citizen issues and providing policy direction. The city manager, in turn, administers the affairs of the city under the direction of the city council, and then exercises control over and supervises all departments and divisions of the city. This is a very powerful position which requires checks and balances, which is why we have a mayor and a city council to ensure that they provide those checks and balances. The city council is also tasked with a fiduciary responsibility and a responsibility to ensure those effective and efficient municipal services to their constituents. They need to do their due diligence in supervising the city manager. I personally have no opinion on the city manager's performance nor his salary because I have not yet had the opportunity to do my own due diligence. However, it's very disappointing to me that Councilmember Suarez has been criticized and publicly attacked for doing her job in diligently overseeing these city functions. That is her job. It is the job of everyone sitting up there on the podium, and I would expect no less from her or any other of our elected officials. We all know, we've heard tonight that permits and being in compliance are a hot topic. You can go on any social media platform any day of the week and hear complaints about our city in that regard. And I also saw criticisms of Councilmember Suarez's mother because she has expressed her opinions. Because we are related to an elected official, that does not strip us of our right to have an opinion, express those opinions or concerns about our city. In full transparency, I am Councilmember Suarez's cousin. I am also a third-generation Lawndalian. I've attended Lawndale schools and Centinela Valley schools, as have my children. My husband works for the Lawndale School District, and I would hope that my connection with Councilmember Suarez would not strip me of my right to express my opinions or ask questions or express concerns about the city that I live in, that I love, and that my family has called home for multiple generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Most neighborhood watch meetings have been well attended and provide a useful interaction between law enforcement and the residents of Lawndale. At last week's meeting, deputies provided useful information on crime prevention and interacted with the community. One resident who brought up safety concerns with a neighbor was promised a follow-up by Sergeant Smith. But in the last council meeting, one speaker complained about the sheriff's not following up on a postal truck theft. If the speaker had attended the neighborhood watch meeting, she would have learned that this is a federal issue and Lawndale has no jurisdiction over postal crime. The comment was made also at the last meeting that people work long hours and have no time to attend a once-a-month meeting since it's a council's responsibility to protect the community. If this were true, then this would provide council with unlimited power to run the city and make it unnecessary for residents to have a say in how they are governed, allowing them to stay home. A law enforcement program can only succeed if there is feedback between the city staff, the council, law enforcement, and the community. I would recommend anyone truly interested in what is going on in Lawndale attend these meetings on a regular basis. The attendance of city staff, law enforcement, and those council members that regularly attend neighborhood watch is appreciated. The city manager's salary was again an issue at the last meeting by residents. You would think that one could at least get the amount right. At the April 15th, 24 meeting, the city council approved a salary of $254,869. At the September 16th meeting, one resident complained about his $260,000 salary. At the last meeting, the salary was misrepresented as $265,000. It was also touted that receiving a $60,000 increase was outrageous, but it was actually a $49,000 increase. The increases to the city manager's salary brought him to parity with the salaries of local city managers. The city manager of smaller Hermosa Beach earns $273,000. The city administrator of Vernon earns $340,000 last year. Vernon has a population of 222. It would appear that the biggest complaint is that the city is enforcing permits as mandated by the municipal code. Lawndale staff is legally required to enforce any complaints made by residents reporting code violations. Enforcement is not harassment. Which of the city codes should city staff enforce? I've attended many of the Planning Commission meetings, which is a proper venue for residents to request a review of any code issues impacting private property. Unfortunately, most of these meetings have zero attendance. With weeds to your knees throughout the city and overgrown parkways, many would argue that Lawndale's reactive proactive policy lets hundreds slide by without proper code enforcement, and the city council should take a more proactive enforcement approach. This could result in countless violations, but eventually provide a more attractive community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
Dear
ma'am.
members of the council, my name is Sandra Suarez. I don't attend all the council meetings because I have a life, a family, and an elderly father I take care of. But when I do come to these meetings, it is for a good reason. And I do watch them online. At the last meeting, my family and I were attacked by 5 people, and 2 of them I heard no longer live in Lawndale. What they say doesn't matter to me because they really don't know me, and I don't know them. But all of you up here on this council know me and what I have done in and for my community. Mayor Pullen Miles, you swore me in when I was elected to the school board and attended the memorabilia day events that I ran for 14 years at Lusinger High School as a school-wide and community event. And Councilmember Hoffman Gorman, your dad was a supporter of mine while I was on and off the board. He even came to my home. I'm up here because I saw 2 red flags at the September 16th council meeting involving your city manager, and there are too many people in this community that are unhappy with him, including myself. Now I know he's targeting people because my house is now being targeted. How else would these people who don't even live in this city know anything about my home? Something is wrong, and 3 of you up here are ignoring it. You never answered my concern, and I don't need to call any of you to talk about it, because that is why I am here. That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council members. I'm not here about a general item. I'm going to speak a little bit later. But listening to this, I'm going to tell you, each and every one of you should be very much aware that the city manager, who I've never met, don't know, never heard of, have no clue, apparently did not instruct anyone in the finance department to actually post to Transparent California. What's up with that? This is already almost a year later. That's where I would have found out what salary we are actually talking about. So the people out here can't actually do all the research because someone has not chosen to post that. That, to me, is a problem. And he may be a really good guy, may have just slipped through, who knows, too much to do. But Holy Toledo, it isn't very hard to push the button and send the information to the state, which is a requirement that someone ought to know about.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to close public comment, bring up to the dais for any comments from the council. Let's start with Ms. Cuevas.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming out. It's a lot to take in again, but I would like to say thank you to Olga for a successful cleanup day. Hopefully, the next one will be bigger. And thank you for giving us an update of what's going on with Beautification Committee. I do like what Matthew Harbison said about the yellow wraparounds on the stop signs. That was something. Red, I'm sorry. Red for the stop sign, yellow for the caution ones. Is that something that we might be able to look at and see which funds we could use, if there's some funds out there?
We can definitely look into that. And some cities are doing that with the new posts that are coming in. It's kind of hard retrofitting some, but certainly something we can look into.
We were going to be replacing some signs. Is that something we were looking at?
We're looking into that as well, doing
so maybe
an assessment.
Adding that to whatever is being replaced would be nice. And that will be all for right now. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Hoffman Gorman.
Thank you to everybody that came out to speak tonight. I do have a few to respond to. Frank, I took down as much as I could as far as dates, and I'm going to check in with the city so that they can tell me also, and I might end up giving you a call and asking you questions regarding it, okay? Holly, thank you for the information. I do have a question also. Where are you, Holly? Oh, there you are. I do have a question also about those drones, and I don't know, maybe the city attorney or the city manager, one or the other, can give us some information. Can the city of Lawndale do something about the drones that are appearing and seem to be invading privacy there along the road?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Staff contacted the sheriffs. They're looking into it. It is a federal issue, a lot of the drones, pilot requirements, certifications, but we are looking into it, and we'll get back to the council.
Thank you. Jose, you and I have been around here a long time, haven't we? And I will second that. Your burritos were terrific. I was here on workday and got to experience one as well. But in regards to it hurts me to hear you say that we aren't business friendly. We at one time and for many years did have a chamber. And unfortunately, we could not keep our businesses active within the chamber, that I don't think the chamber even exists anymore. But it would be a lovely thing if some of our businesses could get together and once again.
Okay. I'm sorry, we don't have any dialogue back and forth with the audience, just to remind everyone.
And if you are working on it, that would be absolutely lovely. I would like to, and I would encourage that to occur.
Okay, I'm going to have to.
All right.
Remember, no back and forth with
I
the
can't talk.
audience.
Matthew, again, just like Councilwoman Cuevas said, I would be interested in finding out more about those wraps too on the signs. Olga, you did a fantastic job on cleanup day, and I was excited to see your turnout as well. And I look forward to the next cleanup day that you do. And I think it was the response that you saw this time was strictly you coming up and presenting it. So thank you for taking time out of your day to come out and encourage us to come out and do what we should be doing as a community. Andrew, I will talk to staff about Neil, although I don't have his last name or exact address, and see if they can figure out who it is so that I can learn more. Randall, I too recognize, because like you, I have attended now every Neighborhood Watch meeting, and I think that there is an awful lot of information that is transferred between residents and Sheriff's Department and city that I'm seeing the changes already and people getting some answers to things. Just look at the 147th is settling down somewhat due to their coming in and communicating with the city and with the Sheriff's Department. So I believe that that's all good. Sandra, I think of you as my friend. You will always be my friend, I hope. I don't know exactly what you were talking about because I don't know about these two individuals that don't live in the city. I don't understand the particulars. I'm a little confused, okay? Our job is to service Lawndale and its residents, and I'm not exactly sure what all has taken place. So that I was sad about. To the lady, and excuse me, I didn't get your name, the last speaker, the cousin. No, the cousin, okay.
Daniela?
I too was an elected official's family, and I sure hope that it doesn't stop us from coming forward. And it didn't stop me then, as several people could say, and I don't want it to stop you either. All right, so please, and to the last lady, I'm sorry, the last lady, I don't know anything about Transparent California, and when I get home, I'll Google it to try to figure that out because I've not heard of that either. And I don't know which department head or which part of the city.
Mayor, Council, we'll take a look at it. I'm not sure the city's responsible for that. The finance director will look into that. I'm not sure we report directly on that, but we'll check into it.
All right. Again, thank you to everybody that came out and spoke tonight. We appreciate all of your comments. And
Okay, I'm sorry, but we don't engage in a dialogue between the audience and the council after public. No, ma'am. Yes.
And with that, I will pass it to the guy on my right.
All right, Councilman Patrick.
Well, the ladies to the left could be about did everything. I want to thank everybody that came out and spoke, but I do have a question from Michael Reyes. I don't know where this house is with the tree, but if the tree is in the parkway, we're responsible for the tree, not the residents if it fell over, correct?
That's correct. I'm not familiar with this case as well. I'm not even sure it's a code case. It could just be someone looking to do their home improvements, not everything.
Maybe, Andrew could get with you and give them the address. To
I
find
can
the
speak to
tree.
Andrew, yeah. I'll get that information.
Okay. And with that, I'll pass it on. Back to you.
Okay, Ms. Royce.
I'd like to thank everybody that came out and spoke, and I'll refresh Councilmember Hoffman Gorman's comments. There were two individuals, and they named themselves Pam London, Johnny London, and Pam London specifically gave two addresses, and that person doesn't live in the city, in fact, lives in a different state, but somehow got the information to report those two properties. So that is what she's referring to. And with regards to the codes, I've been hearing countless stories to which it makes me really sad to think that the city may or may not be treating residents in that manner. And there was a comment made right now that enforcement is not harassment. Enforcement can be harassment if the enforcement is not following the codes and it's being used in a vindictive manner. So I think one of the things I want to do, and I don't know if the council will agree with this, but we can agendize it, is to actually have people rate their experience with the city. And they can have a comment period, and I think we need to go by that. That way we can track how these permits are being processed. I think we need to have public forums in which we ask the residents, what has been your experiences? What permits do you always have to pull? Look at our data and see what permits are being pulled. That way we can see, okay, these ones are popular ones. How do we expedite that? How do we make it crystal clear? Because I keep hearing that people come to the city, try to submit an application, get told to submit the application, then it gets rejected. Or even goes through approval and then later gets rejected because something was missed. I really think we need to look at our processes and how we're conducting them. And I think we need to have better eyes on what's going on in our city. And with that, I'll pass it along.
Thank you. I too want to thank everyone who came out tonight and those who had the opportunity to speak. I will comment real briefly. I agree with the other comments that already was expounded upon, but I do want to thank Dr. Osborne for the information about the Green Line being agendized on the South Bay COGS agenda, and also if we can get a contact person for the train, that shouldn't be hard to get a government relations person, and we'll get that to you, Dr. Osborne. The drones, we already spoke about the drones. Yeah, I heard about the drones, so we'll look into those to make sure they're following the guidelines. As much as we have the enforcement authority, seeing that it's a federal issue, we'll definitely make sure that our congressional members know about the issue, and maybe they can help us out there, our Congress member. Also, I do agree with the signs. I've seen those signs passed just recently. I'm not sure if it was in Gardena. It was in actually another city with the wraparound, glow-in-the-dark strips or stripes that they put on there. So yeah, we can look into that as well. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We'll look into the code enforcement, or what's the pediment of the homeowner building his project, Andrew. And also, Frank, you mentioned about being grandfathered in. Usually, those things, when the city changed a code, those uses that were legally permitted at the time, and then they changed the codes, are so-called grandfathered in. It's called legally non-conforming. And so if a property is legally non-conforming, it is grandfathered in. Grandfathered is kind of a layman's term for legally non-conforming. But of course, if a structure or anything that was illegally or not properly installed, it wouldn't be legally conforming or grandfathered in. But if it was, and the city changed the code then it's non-conforming, but it's legally non-conforming, which means you can continue to use it in such manner until something else happened that would require you to conform to the latest code. So you might want to look into that. It's probably already grandfathered in. So I do want to mention that we've been talking about buildings and permits and things of that nature. For those who may have missed our last council meeting or so, we just adopted an amnesty program. This amnesty program is going to allow property owners to bring their properties voluntarily. It's not something that you have to participate in, but it allows you to bring your properties or in other structures up to code and to get them licensed. The good thing about this amnesty program is there's no site plan required. Now, Frank, you talked about the plan, which usually costs you a couple of $1,000s or what have you. In this case, this amnesty program, there's no site plan required, which will save those who willing to participate thousands of dollars just off the bat without having to have a site plan. You go from, instead of going to the planning and then building and safety, you go to building and safety for them to review your plans. But once again, not a site plan. So that's going to save you a lot of money. And of course, to streamline the process by you skipping, of course, the planning department. So I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Let's see if I have anything else I want to comment on. Olga, thank you once again for the fabulous job for the cleanup day. You and your team and all the volunteers. We look forward to the spring cleanup. I'm sure it's going to be even bigger. And that's all. And we'll look into this transparency, what's called Transparent California post. We'll look into that as well. And that's all I have on my comments. You have something you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to add with the amnesty agreement, you don't need a site plan, but you still are subject to all the codes. Also, if you have a current violation, you cannot apply for that.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, with that, we will move our agenda. Let's see. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar, item number 6 through 10. What is the pleasure of this body concerning
With
the
no
consent calendar?
subtractions or subtractions, additions, I will make a motion to go with the consent calendar as written.
Okay, the motion's been made by Kearney that we adopt the consent calendar. What is it? Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, and it's seconded by Cuevas. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent calendar? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you conduct the vote? Thank you.
For the consent calendar, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, next item is the item 11, approve a master agreement, service agreement. Who's going to give it? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Item 11 is staff's recommendation for approval of a master service agreement with Paymentus for online payments, processing of permits. Our existing permit software is CityView, and this master service agreement will implement a second external permit processing company to take online payments. So planning and public works take in a variety of applications, planning applications, building permits, issuance of permits. So our current process right now is you can either come into City Hall and pay at the finance counter, or you can write a check to the city of Lawndale and mail in the check. With approval of this agreement, it would give the applicant the ability to make payments online, as well as replenish their funds when funds are low. The terms of the agreement is for a total of 7 years. This is an upgrade to our existing CityView system. The vendor asked for 2 of their known compatible external payment processing companies to provide quotes, and Paymentus was the only one that was responsive. So staff, in terms of fiscal impact everything is going to be paid for by the applicant. If they're paying by credit card, there's a surcharge of 2.9%. If they're paying by a card, it's a check, it's $1 for each transaction. There's a limit of 25,000 per transaction, and staff recommends approval of the master service agreement with Paymantis.
Okay, thank you for that report. Ms. Cuevas?
Quick question. I know we don't have to do RFP, but is there another company that does not ask us for a 7-year contract and that our fees are not going to be that high, $50,000?
I can answer that question. So right now, because we contract with CityView since 2007, there's only 2 recognized vendors. So the 50,000 is actually part of item number 12. I can explain that in the next item. But for this item, it's only, you have 3 methods of paying. If you come in, if you mail a check, there's no payments. There's no additional fees for making these payments. But if you use a card, your debit card, a credit card, there's a surcharge. And if you pay by check, it's $1.
Which I don't agree, because we're trying to make it easier on our residents, right? And so by charging them a fee, you know, I'll probably drop off the check. I know sometimes $1 or $2 is not enough, but some of our residents watch their dollars, and I don't think we should be charging them a percentage or a fee for paying online. That's my opinion.
Just a follow, you may want to ask them, because I know sometimes the company imposes the fee, and this is a cost recovery. I know in LA, for instance, if you get a ticket and you pay online, there's a processing fee because they're charging you to recover the cost that they're being charged. I don't know if that's the case here.
Is that the case? The 2% or the percentage, does it go to the city or the 2.95% surcharge? Does that go, is that something the city is charging, or is that something the company charges?
The company is charging that. The city, it's revenue neutral in terms of we don't get any revenues from this, and we're not paying well, technically we are, but this revenue, this surcharge, goes directly to Paymantis.
I would like to see maybe a different company and see if there's another company that does not charge the 2.95%.
Council member, I just want to kind of clarify, because you asked what they went through. They cleared this process through me, and what you're talking about right now is not like the legal of it, but more the wisdom of it. And that's perfectly within the discretion of the council, and I'll stay out of your way. In terms of the legal, the decision was made by staff to not sort of upend or decide to maybe move on from CityView. So with CityView being the base platform, staff looked at what companies are out there that provide sort of the app or the add-on that goes with that. They were given 2. One of the 2 responded, the other one didn't even respond. That was how it cleared my office as meeting our purchasing policy, because there were only 2 possible, and they did reach out to both. In terms of the wisdom, I'll be quiet now and leave it up to the 5 of you.
Okay, but
Thank you.
This is for here, citations, do they use the same?
Okay, Mayor, Council, let me explain the details. Council requested that staff look into an online permitting system, which is the next, so the residents can log on, and electronic payments. We already currently have been contracting with CityView for many years, as Peter's mentioned. And so first, we're going to try, we're not amending the other departments that have CityView. I think Public Works uses it, and MSD does not use it fully. They have another system that they got on board a few years back. We're first trying it out, test riding it in community development, one of the bigger departments. Should it be successful, we'll report back to the council, and then add the online payments to MSD, Public Works, and other departments that are subject to, that have the CityView software platform system now. Those fees that are coming from Pay Mantis, before we even talked to CityView, several years before the council had been asking about online payments, we were already talking to Pay Mantis before, because they're the only one out there that, one of the few that provide the service at no charge, other than for the service fee, that for their service, they don't charge us directly. They charge the user. So that fee is typical, you see, throughout that provide online payments throughout other agencies. But I mean, if the council's not wanting to do that, we understand, but we're just following up on the direction given by the council.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Let's hear from Hoffman Gordon.
I just have one question. Harand, how hard is this going to be to track in financial department? Can you find any loopholes or anything in us going to this type of a system?
As far as tracking the payments that are being made?
Right,
or-
I'm being devil's advocate.
I mean,
I'm
it
asking,
should be fully integrated. I haven't really looked at it per se, but I know Paymentus is a big company, so it should be fully integrated with our system. And I don't know if Peter knows more about it, but normally the payment will just flow through and it should really be. no
easy to
issue
be
with it.
tracked
Yes,
in your
absolutely.
department?
Yes.
That's what I was looking for. All right, I think that's all I have.
Yeah. Suarez.
Okay, so, and I'm going to talk about these because they're both items that are, I think, kind of hand in hand, 11 and 12. My issue with both of these is I'm a very visual person. I would have liked to have seen how it's going to look if a resident goes on there, how the tracking works. So I'm going to ask if we can revisit these and actually look and see. I mean, and I'm not opposed to what Councilmember Cueva said, but I'm very visual. I want to see how the interface is going to look to the resident, to the business owner. So I would like to see if there's videos or if you could walk us through a mock-up. You know, usually they have online where you can do a test run of it. That's what I would like to see, because I really would like to see what the residents are going to see and how it's going to make it easier for them.
Okay, thank you for that. I think all of my questions was answered. Did we say this was a 7 years and that's the shortest duration that we can get?
Correct. The current request for, proposals for services is the initial 7 years.
7 years. It seems like is there like a time period where you can parachute, out if it's not working correct? That seems like a long time to me.
So looking at the staff report, it just says 7 years, but after that 7 years, if the city requests, they can request in writing.
So nothing doing the 7 years?
To stop the.
So once you're in for 7 years, basically. Notwithstanding any other type of breach, you're in for the 7 years. Yeah, that's a kind of, do you find that to be maybe typical? I know there's not a lot of vendors in this space. Is that kind of untypical with that length of a contract? Because I'm really kind of concerned about that. Now, if you tell me that's typical, then you don't have any other.
Mayor, Council, we can look in that. We can bring this item back if you should you desire and look at that term, work with the city attorney's office and talk to Pay Mantis and revise that term down.
Yeah, I would recommend that before we get into a
And maybe.
long relationship.
And maybe if they could do the display or do a tutorial of how it's going to look.
Not a problem, Mayor, Council. We
Yeah,
can have them
yes.
both here, CityView and I think Pay Mantis, and have them present. They actually do have tutorials, and that's a great idea, and we can bring that back.
Okay.
That'd be great.
That's exactly what I was going to
Thank you.
ask too, is for a presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. So that will cover 11, but that also will cover 12, right? Because we kind of combined those. Or do we need to still do 12 separately, Mr. City Attorney?
Other than if a member of the public has comments on either of those items, I think you have resolved both of them, so.
Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Seeing none, with no objections, we'll conclude with 11 and 12. And now we're on item 13 regarding it seems like we're always purchasing a vehicle for Public Works. Like what's going on with Public Works? Let's have a staff report on this.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Yes, we're back with more purchasing. On an annual basis, this city's vehicle fleet is assessed based on mileage, age, and resources lost due to downtime of any vehicle. This year, 2 public works trucks ended up meeting the criteria. Both of those vehicles use compressed natural gas, CNG, and they have been a problem for the fleet. The tanks do leak, and it's been extremely hard finding mechanics that actually work on that. Also, the plants are closing for refueling these trucks, and currently we have to go to the city of Torrance, to their yard, to fill in those trucks. There's another vehicle for Municipal Services Department. That vehicle was lost in a collision about a year ago. It was totaled. The city received over $23,000 from the insurance for that vehicle. And community development also has a car that meets the criteria. That car is it's a 2002 car, I want to say. Therefore, they meet the criteria. The city went ahead, obtained quotes from local vendors. Of the 3 quotes received, one of the vendors is the low bidder, if you would, and how we achieve better prices is by putting all the vehicles together as one order. The recommendation for this item is for City Council to approve the purchase of the 2 Ford F-150 trucks for the Public Works Department. This is utilizing ARPA funds and ARPA funds. The price for those 2 vehicles is $88,210.82. And secondly, approve the purchase of 2 Fordscapes vehicles, one for the Municipal Services Department, one for the Community Development Department. These are also being purchased using ARPA funds. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
After, let's say if we do approve this, how many more vehicles do we think we're going to have within the next year or so going to have to replace? Because this is what, the second, third time that we're approving funds for vehicles?
That is correct. There has been, I recollect being here before for other vehicles. I don't have those numbers right now. Out of our fleet of 33 vehicles or so, there are several that are within that range of needing replacement.
And what's that range again? The lifespan?
It's the lifespan, so they're replaced based on mileage.
On mileage, okay.
Age, and resources lost due to downtime. That's what we really look into. One of the criteria, mileage, unfortunately, our cars don't have that much mileage because it's a small city. They don't have an amazing number of miles. but driving on streets is street miles compared to freeway miles
Right.
also. It's a different comparison to be made there.
Thank you.
Do we actually have a list of, each one of our vehicles in the city? If we have 33 vehicles and what their miles are or mileage is annually, how and where they are in that? Is there such a list like that?
There is such a list.
There is.
I do not have it with me right now, but
But it could be
it
gotten.
can be presented at some point for sure, and we could do planning based on that if you would like.
That would be wonderful.
Excellent. Okay, what is the pleasure of this body concerning this request?
Well, if there's no additional subtractions, I'll make a motion to go to staff recommendation, because I held the truck up, 2 trucks up
You sure did.
last year, because they said it was coming to term with the gas, and I said, no, we still have mileage to go.
Right.
I'll second that.
Okay, so the motion's been made by Kearney to approve the recommendation of the staff, and seconded by Cuevas. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the council please vote? Madam City Clerk.
For item number 13, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item. Item 14, regarding the Inglewood Transit Connector proposal for the South Bay COGS, Council of Governments, rather, Measure M Fund request. Let's have a staff report.
Thank you. This item is for information and discussion from City Council. On October 14th of this year, the South Bay Cities Council of Government, known as the SBCOG, Transportation Committee met, I was present at the meeting, and they met to listen to a request from the city of Inglewood, who presented an item of the Inglewood Transit Connector Project, known as the ITC. This project will construct a 1.6-mile monorail through Inglewood downtown and the entertainment district, such like Forum, the stadium there, and other big venues, and it will connect to the Cape Metro line. The project cost is $2.1 billion. Inglewood is asking the South Bay COG for $493 million to help pay for their project. Basically, that's what I do have for you.
What's the rest of it?
And it's open for discussion. I also noticed that somebody from the COG is present today, should there be questions that you may want to ask David Ledger. And let me know if you have any questions that I may be able to answer you. By the way, I'm sorry, there was a meeting today also. They created a second meeting. I had only made a note here on the staff report that there was going to be a meeting today. It was a two-plus hour meeting where more questions were asked.
That was the workshop, right?
It was a question and answer workshop.
Yeah.
And it was well attended, but
Okay.
I don't have more information.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anyone want to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm just going to say that I was present for the special session. But I did ask David to come here so that he could speak as to the project from the perspective of the staff. So I don't know if David wants to give any comments.
Could
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I did make copies of some information that we were provided over the weekend. For everybody up on the dais. Your Public Works Director gave a good overview of the request to the COG. Inglewood is asking for just under $500 million in future Measure M funds from the COG. The way it would essentially operate is Metro would loan Inglewood the money to meet their needs, and then the COG would pay back the funds starting sometime after 2028 using our Measure M sub-regional money. Because of it being a loan, there will be interest associated with the cost. All of that is still to be determined. What was provided to you guys today, the second packet of papers was some letters that we received over the weekend from the stadium owners in the area opposing the project. Those were not made aware to us before this weekend, and staff actually made a recommendation to the board to oppose the request at the meeting today. It's a little difficult to give you guys an exact impact on our sub-regional programs, but generally speaking, if the request was approved, it would limit our capacity to fund small, average local projects that your city might be looking at, like the stop signs and those sorts of safety improvements. Probably somewhere between 250 and 300 or 400 projects could not happen because of this request. I'm happy to answer kind of any questions on a technical kind of standpoint, but I think your staff report and the update was kind of encapsulated it all. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Ms. Cuevas.
I think you answered my question by saying if we give those funds now, we're not going to have any funds for the city within the next 10, 15 years until the loan is paid.
That's a potential. That's a potential. The actual payment plan back to Metro is still to be determined, but like everybody's credit cards and car payments and home loans, the longer you hold on to the debt, the longer the interest accrues.
Correct.
So there's an ultimate long period cost that is still hard to nail down because we don't have the specifics. But in the near term, I would not feel comfortable as the person reviewing city applications committing Measure M funds to start a project that may not be there to complete the project down the road. So I can't give you an exact time frame, but there will be some impact. There's only so many dollars to go around, and if approved, this request would boost Inglewood's share of all of the money, Measure R and M, that we've given from 2009 to today to 55%, significantly more than Torrance, far more than Lawndale has ever accessed, and this would further restrict our ability to see your guys' applications.
And would this also affect the C line extension? If I say yes, let's give them all that money, is it going to affect the C line from crossing the city?
Not directly.
No.
Not directly, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just wanted to ask, because our staff report says that the Transportation Committee supported the funding, is recommending that the board support Inglewood's request for funding. However, at the meeting today, I heard a clarification. I wasn't there. I know you were there, Robert, but from staff who takes the notes, can you clarify what the actual?
Yeah, so the motion was to recommend the board support Inglewood's motion, which detailed a series of items that are actually in your staff report and the handout. Part of it is including lifting the $250 million cap that our board has put in place for any single project, waiving the local match requirement for projects, a series of administrative tasks that the executive director would then be instructed to do with Metro. And the Transportation Committee actually added a 9th item that would be, should the C line project not move forward, to advocate that those funds go to the ITC instead. That is out of our control at the end of the day. Those are Metro's funds, and they're more regionally or programmed in the Measure M ordinance. And that's it's not just an administrative process for that.
So let me ask you this, if you borrow the money on the loan payback, does that affect the city any way? Are we responsible for any of that money?
So the money to Inglewood is not a loan. It's a
Yeah.
grant of funds. You don't have any current projects on our Measure M list, so you don't have any current projects that would be impacted. But if the city was interested in applying for future projects, it would be a much, much, much more competitive process, competing for at least a third less funds sub-regionally.
So let me ask you this. So if this was granted to Inglewood, and by the way, this is a regional project. Although it's housed in the city of Inglewood, it is a regional. And when you allocate dollars for regional, you look at them a little different from if it's just quote unquote serving the immediate community. But this is a regional project. If Inglewood was awarded this funding, how much would be left in the kitty?
Over 30 years, about $2 billion, $2.5 billion.
$2.5 billion.
Yeah.
And so if City of Lawndale, other cities or whatever, had smaller projects or what have you, those projects would still be funded out of that billions of dollars that's left.
There would be funding available, yes. The exact capacity is all up in the air still, but there is money left to do other projects, yes.
And the City of Inglewood also have a special, it's like an infrastructure district that they're forming, and which is kind of like increment financing or what have you, and they use those monies, of course, to pay back the loan, or to pay.
They would use, so those funds, it's a climate resilience district, would be used for operations of the ITC. And if they used any of the backstop money, so the $493 million is comprised of two amounts.
Okay.
$108 million that goes to a backstop fund, which is extra contingency that's on top of what's already built into the project budget.
Right.
It's a requirement by the FTA. Inglewood has agreed that if any of the backstop funding is used, that the Climate Resilience District would pay that amount back to the subregion. But the amount provided to the core project budget would never be repaid.
And so you mentioned that the committee did make a recommendation to the board to support the motion, which they're fully aware of the impacts, both negative or positive impacts on the on Measure M funding source if this is granted.
If as detailed in the staff report at the Transportation Committee, yes. There was additional conversation that was at today's special board meeting, but it was essentially informational only, no actions were taken at the meeting today.
So at the meeting that I attended, I got the impression that there is a possibility that this could affect the Sea Line project. You saying that that's in no way true?
It's difficult to say. I mean, I can give you an example. When the K line was built, Metro approached the subregions that it went through to cover a portion of the cost overruns for that project. So if the Sea Line moves forward and there's cost overruns, Metro could conceivably come to the cities or the subregion to pay for a share of those cost overruns. Again, those numbers are a guess, if at best on my part. So if this funding is requested and granted, and we get approached by Metro down the road for cost increases for the Sea Line, it would further reduce the amount of funding we have available to either meet that or do other city projects.
So it could affect the
the
Sea Line.
Yes, but they're not directly tied to each other.
Right. Okay. I get it from that standpoint. Let's see if I had any other questions. I might have a follow-up question. Let's hear from Suarez.
Just a point of clarification regarding the climate resilient, is it district? That body is going to be 2 Inglewood council members, and then they appoint 3 other members. I can't remember the specifics, but we will have no say. The city of Lawndale or the COG will have no say as to that, so it'll be completely controlled by Inglewood.
Well, there's no reason for The way that it's structured, there's no reason for another person, entity outside of Inglewood to have say. What happens when the finances will go to pay back that backstop. They have no choice but to use the monies that's generated for that backstop, because that's part of the agreement. They can't then decide not to use the money. That's why you call it climate. You had a fancy name for it, but essentially it's an enhanced infrastructure district.
Right.
Those are treated kind of similar like when we had redevelopment agencies, where you have increment financing. And these financing, as you go up incrementally, they are dedicated to a certain source to pay back something, right? And you can't then decide, we're not going to do it or what have you.
As mentioned, the COG's not involved in it, but our understanding is that there's essentially a project list that is approved by the board of the financing district that instructs how to spend the money. And repayment of the backstop loan would be one of those projects.
And that's if you have to use the backstop in the first place, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, there actually is no repayment plan. We don't know what that looks like. They gave several scenarios, but we have no idea what that looks like. So that was not clarified in the meeting.
So they won't have a repayment plan, or, I mean, they may not have it formulated, but isn't that part of the agreement, though, is have the repayment plan? And principally, the money for repayment, the backstop will be coming from the infrastructure district.
That will be the source of the funds, and the exact terms of that would be negotiated between the parties at some point down the road.
Okay, so you still have to negotiate that
Correct.
payment plan.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And furthermore, this technically is just a recommendation.
Yeah.
They cannot commit the funds until 2027. So what we're essentially, they're asking is to ask the current COG members to obligate future board of directors to obligate the funds. So we don't, the seats switch out, some of them stay, you know, I've been the delegate for many number of years, but that's not always the case. You know, certain councils have term limits and whatnot. So we're asking a future member, this is how we want you to vote.
So technically
That's
speaking,
correct.
yes. The rules with Measure M funds, when the ordinance was passed, in Metro's funding mechanism,
Yeah, there you go.
programs are either designated as highway funds or transit funds. Transit funds can only be spent on transit capital projects like the C line, like the ITC. The highway funds can only be spent on street and roadway and capital improvements. In the measure, every 10 years, the Metro Board has the ability to look at everything and move funds around if they would like. In Measure R, in 2019, Inglewood requested that we consider a transfer of Measure R highway funds to a new Measure R transit fund to provide them $250 million towards the ITC. At that time, we'd already passed the decennial transfer opportunity in Measure R, so there was no issue with a future commitment at that time. In Measure M, the first time that the decennial transfer is available is July of fiscal year 27, so July 1st, 2026. That is the point where you can actually start to amend the Measure M ordinance to legally change highway funds to transit, transit to highway, or whatever else Metro would be interested in doing. And so the action that is being requested of the COG board is essentially a non-binding action today that would require a future binding action at a board of directors at that time to officially request that process go forward.
So seeing that it's non-binding, say if the board goes through with it, at that point in time, the future board can decide not to, of course, to ratify it or to continue it because it's non-binding. So it's not really obligating a future board. is getting the process started, but the future board can decide, we don't want to go in that direction and change the direction or what have you.
A future board could choose that, but from staff's perspective, in good faith, we would need to set that money aside from our planning process so that we're not overcommitting projects should the future board not change their mind.
And when you say, I don't know if you would be able to say this, this is generally the case even in the legislature when they, when one session allocates a budget for a certain project, what have you, and it's going to be spent over a few years, period of times or what have you, a future group of legislators can decide to change courses or what have you. In a lot of cases, that's why you have a new budget, every year adopted, by the legislature and signed by the governor, which could change the course of certain funding mechanism, whatever that was approved by the previous board. So you're not locking them in. I understand some cases you may totally lock them in, right? The future board or whatever, but in this case, just like in the legislature, you're not truly locked in because it's still subject to the next legislative session in a lot of cases.
Yes.
So it is truly a recommendation, it sounds like to me.
So using our current kind of program as an example, in theory, yes, a COG board today could approve funds for a project, and then for whatever reasons change their mind and recommend Metro deobligate funds or remove funds from a project. There's never been a situation where that's done without the express consent of the lead agents, the project, the city's project, because you would kind of be cutting their legs out from under them. But technically speaking, that is an avenue that's open to a COG board down the road.
Okay.
And from a process standpoint, the COG board is technically making recommendations to Metro because it's Metro's funds. Metro's board, so we can approve project funding for a City of Lawndale project, but until the Metro board approves that funding request in an item, the funds are not technically obligated to the project. And so the Metro board has ultimate say on programming the projects. They tend to defer to the COG's recommendations, but technically speaking, the Metro board officiates the delegation of money to a city project.
And how many members of the Metro board, besides Mayor Butts, has indicated that they're in support of this motion?
So before last Monday, it was Mayor Butts only, and then we received an updated motion that has Mayor Butts, Supervisor Hahn, and Supervisor Mitchell's names on it. So thus far, it was Mayor Butts only, and then for the last 2 weeks, the other two supervisors have also put their names on the motion.
Okay.
And I can't speak to the other Metro board members.
I understand, thank you. And by the way, we used to be colleagues, so in full disclosure. So, so what is the, okay, thank you for that presentation. Very well received, David.
Mr. Mayor, before you move to council discussion, if there's no more questions for staff or the COG staff, if there are members of the public who want to speak, now would be the time.
Okay. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item?
Thank you. That was the question I had asked before, if you were going to turn around and use the card, so I didn't need the reprimand. However, my name is Diane Sembrano. I live in the shadow of the Intuit Dome. I will tell you without a doubt that that 1.6-mile transit corridor, which has had 3 names, if you tried to follow it and track it through the feds, you couldn't, because you needed to know all 3 names, because they would switch it up. The environmental impact report was not exactly thorough. And yes, I'm sure you'll report back to, full disclosure, I am the person that James T. Butts told to go choke herself in a public meeting and then had that tape edited. You see, the problem is, if you look on your phones, you will find out that Mr. Balmer, the main person who will benefit from this, has, now it flips every 2-3 days, $123 billion net worth. Across the street, we have Stan Kroenke. He's the other benefactor of the 1.6-mile transit. Poor little fella. He's only worth $20 billion. Don't you just want to cry your heart out? If they don't want to pay for it, and the residents of Inglewood who were asked to pay for it said, no, 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 we don't want to lose the 44 businesses that have served our community for years and years that will be relocated or actually shuttled away. Some of them were offered for a business, a whopping $10,000 whole dollars to shut down. Where are you going to renovate a new building to operate your business? This is a pet project of one man. The residents of any city should not be obligated for years and years and years to pay the bills and to pay with our time, our energy, and our businesses. And yes, I'm sure he will hear about this probably in 15 minutes. I encourage everyone to stop and think. You're supposed to be representing the people of the city of Lawndale. How will those residents benefit from 1.6 miles that goes from Florence and Market to Century and Prairie? I really don't think they will, because most of your residents probably are not going to be regularly forking out the sometimes $500 or $600 ticket fees. I don't know if somebody else is going to be at the $15,000 of Bruno Mars per ticket, but they won't want to be paying those parking fees either.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to know why is the city going to support Inglewood getting the regional funds? You guys want to hire a lobbyist to identify funding opportunities, and yet you have a funding source that you want to give to another city?
Thank you. Okay, anyone have anything else they want to add to this? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say that I'm adamantly opposed to agreeing to this. I don't understand why we would tie up funds. The city government funds are taxpayer dollars. We are not a business, we are not a lender, and I don't think that we should be gambling with our constituents' money. I was elected to the city of Lawndale, not the city of Inglewood, so I will not be supporting this.
I would say, thank you for that. I would say that that I would need, seem like we should have a little more information about this, because, like we said, this is a regional project. Now, and that is a regional project, meaning that it serves the whole region, not just a particular city. And I think it's worth having a more of discussion. And we did have, like, and I appreciate the COGS from the staff point of view of the COGS, but I don't know what's the point of view on the other side. I know from what I can gather in the meeting that I attend or what have you, and I know who's in support of it. And there's from various cities, not just city of Inglewood, from various cities or what have you. But I think it would serve us to have more information from this. It is a recommendation. No matter what we do tonight, their recommendation, it would be a recommendation from the COG. Well, first of all, it'd be a recommendation to the COG. Then the COG can make a recommendation to the Metro board. So I think it's something that we should definitely have a full discussion on, and I just, I'm not saying it's one-sided, but to see the so-called cons.
Well, if I may, the con is we're giving millions of dollars to a city that our residents will not be using because the line is in Inglewood. It's not, it doesn't start in Redondo. They have to get off the metro, take a bus to wherever the new line is. I'm opposed to authorizing this.
Well, are you saying they, say it again, the line?
Their line is only a mile and a half, 1.9 miles. It does, it's 1.6. It doesn't do anything for our city and our residents. And it's also tying funds that we could be using for the poles, the stop signs.
So,
If we were looking for funds, we could go to the COG and request it. I know that it might put something against the city now from Metro if we say no, but at this point, I'd rather save a target. You know, they're going to target us if we say no. At this point, I feel that we shouldn't give them the funds at this time.
I definitely see your point if you're saying that the residents would not use it. Well, and you also mentioned that we won't be able to do other projects. I got the impression that this would not have an effect on the projects like the ones you just mentioned if they were qualified for it.
It will, because you're giving them 60%, let's say 60% of the funds to Inglewood. Then you have another, 13 cities, 14 cities that are going to share, 16 cities that are going to share 40%. How fair is that to remove funds from other cities, the other 15 cities, for a project that's possibly going to benefit Inglewood and, that side of town?
I can take your point on that. I mean, I can see it. I can see it from that standpoint. Let's have some more discussion on it. I think you was next.
I agree with the two ladies. I won't support this. Plus, besides what they said, I believe we said in the long run, if the sea lions decide to come in and they need more funding, they're going to tax the cities around them for more money, and we're not giving Metro no more money.
Well, I see what you're saying, no, but the idea was that they would run out of money for the sea line if some of this was applied, and that would have a negative, so-called negative effect on the sea line being built, which is what we would, which would benefit us. But I take your point. But if it's going to have an effect, it's going to be a negative effect on the sea line in terms of the budget.
And then that trickles down to the cities paying more money. The city, we don't.
They won't be able to do the sea line. Okay. But I see what you're saying now. But I wish I had more information on both sides, because I can see both sides of it, But. Oh, yes, ma'am.
So as everybody here is aware, I absolutely can't stand the whole Metro project. And if I thought that giving it to Inglewood would shut it down, believe me, I'd give them every dollar and actually pay them a couple dollars more.
That's what I was thinking, too.
That being said, I feel sorry for you living in the middle of this because I'm affected too, and on most issues pertaining to Metro, I'm not allowed to speak. But on this one, my fear is it wouldn't kill the Metro Sea line completely, and City of Lawndale would be penalized, and that's a big concern for me. And we've watched Metro, and we don't trust Metro. And part of the reason for the distrust is the fact that they have asked us to trust them, and we've sat in meetings with them, and they have told us, oh yes, we could put it in a trench, and we could cover a lot of it. And then they turn around in the very next meeting, oh, it's at grade. And that's not what they had been talking to us about. That being said, that would be a reason as well why anything to do with Metro, I'm opposed. Okay, for fear of it affecting our city in the long run of us having to pay the more money because that money would not be available. But I believe also that we need more information, and I don't think we should be rushing into a decision this big. I think it's something that we all need to work on. I think it's something we all need to get more information from all the way around before I would be willing. At this point, if there was a vote tonight, I'd have to abstain because I don't feel qualified to participate in this.
Yeah, I agree that we need more information on both sides, and I do take everyone on point. And that was one of my questions, how is this gonna, I'm like you, if it's gonna have an adverse effect on the sea line, I'm all in. I'm all in.
It's not going to kill it.
Yeah. I'm all in. That's and that was one of the questions that I was asking, like, how is this gonna affect the sea line or what have you? Can we, kill it by putting the funding there? Right. Quite frankly. But if it's not gonna do that, then, yeah, even though I do agree it's a regional project, and that's why everyone's, as a region, needs to weigh in, as a region. But I do agree that we should have more information. So I would say that if we can get more information, or either do nothing, which means we don't do anything, or get more information.
But the COG needs an answer by next meeting on the 24th.
They don't. We can't compel to give them. They can't compel us to give them a.
So, right, so the recommended action was to, if you were going to make a decision, vote on which decision you wanted, which way you wanted to go, and then direct your COG rep to vote on the matter in accordance with your group decision. If you want to take no action tonight, then your COG rep will simply vote like they do on normal COG matters, just vote the way that they see fit. And then the council can hold a further meeting with COG staff later on, because, as they noted, this is a non-binding action based on their legal counsel's opinion, and I've reviewed that opinion, and Mr. Jenkins is a very good attorney, and I see no reason to doubt him on that. So you certainly have time enough to revisit this matter before it ever gets to the point of being binding.
Well, I'm going to say that we take no action. Oh, go ahead.
I have a quick question regarding the COG and the council's ability to direct a member. I was told previously that the appointment to me as a delegate, I'm allowed to make my best decisions since it is a separate legal entity. I just want to clarify that point.
My understanding is that in general, Lawndale makes appointments, and each appointed member on all of these other boards is simply asked to move forward. But there are items that come to the council for a council decision, and if the council were to make a formal decision, they could offer direction. And I'll give another example of something that went on last week. The League of California Cities had a resolution in front of it. Some cities gave their voting delegate direction on which way to vote. Other cities simply said, go forward and do what you would like. I was contacted by a mayor from one of my other clients that asked me, what am I supposed to do here? I've never had to vote before, and so I walked him through that same process. When the council has not taken action because nothing's been brought to them, you vote your conscience. When the council has taken action, they can direct you. You are sitting in the room able to vote, so you will cast a vote, but certainly your colleagues will hear what that vote is. So, but with respect to tonight's, there being no action taken, then it would again be right up to your conscience.
I was
I don't
just
have any problem
curious.
with that.
Huh?
I don't have any problem with that.
Oh, okay. I was just curious because Robert, you attended the meeting and voted in favor of it. So, but then we got this request to direct me. So I don't know. I was just trying to clarify.
Okay. So if we have a unanimous consent, I'm going to suggest that we take no action on this item.
So how would the mayor pro tem vote? Abstain or?
That depends on the mayor pro
No, I
tem.
mean, if we decided no action.
That depends on the mayor pro tem as the delegate. No action would be as if it didn't come from this board.
Because I think there's a few of us that want to vote no on it.
You know. Well, we kind of already know
Yeah.
what that's going to be like, maybe. But who knows? Did you want to speak again? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to suggest that we take no action on this item.
Mayor, council, did you want us to bring it back for more information later on at a later date, or
No, unless there's more information to be had. But if it's
Okay.
not any more information to be had, then there's no need to. Okay. With that, we think we have one more item on the agenda. Did I see it? Oh, yeah. Item 15. To discard public works surplus furniture. One more time. No, actually, we got two more.
So, good evening again. As you may be aware, there's a project going on right now at the city, is the Public Works and City Hall Facility Needs Project, which is a remodel of the facilities. As of today, actually, Public Works moved back to the Manhattan Beach Boulevard facilities. But we need to figure out what are we doing with the old furniture from the building. Typically, this is auctioned through a company that the city does business with. However, it happens that they don't do furniture, they do cars. And another company that we reached out to gave us a report that is attached to the staff report, and basically said this old furniture has no real value, it cannot be sold. And they gave us a quote to take all the furniture away and dispose of. Staff recommendation is actually to, if that's the direction we want to go of getting rid of the furniture, doing it through the Republic services, and they can dispose of for no fee compared to a fee. There may be other options that you may think about, but that's my report. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Is that you?
I'm first, okay. Here's my plan. That we put on social media that our residents can come by and buy at an auction. They can bid $1, they can bid $100. Because as of Saturday, I was down there, and the stuff we have stored is in very good condition. My better half wanted to put a name on one of the file cabinets. And I said, let me wait till we see if we could do an auction on social media, the residents. Because some of the file cabinets they got there, they probably cost retail probably $600-700 that they're going to discard or recycle, when some of the people in Lawndale, which can't afford $600 for a file cabinet, come down and bid $20 and get a brand new, semi-brand new file cabinet. And that way we don't have to use this company, and I think Republic can pick the rest of it up. Because right now, if this company, they want to do 3 truckloads, which is $7 a truckload, for a total of $2,100 for 3 loads. If we can sell off most of the furniture and that goes in the general fund money, get away from this company, we're going to stand to save a ton of money. And I think our residents should have first claim to the stuff in the bays, because it's very good furniture. That's just my suggestion.
Well, as city attorney, if we can do that.
Mayor, council will have to look into that suggestion. We're not sure, we'd have to come back and bring this item back, because we're not sure that we can totally meet that requirement by handing that out, or, bidding it and putting it online, and we have to check with our policies and the requirements on that. We definitely could look into it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we could make some money, the residents save some money, and we can do away with those 3 bins for $2,100. When we probably could pick it up. What's left over? Okay.
That's a good idea.
That's my idea.
Let's see, there was Cuevas.
I was thinking the same thing that Pat, but if we cannot auction them or sell them, maybe we could donate to a nonprofit organization. Could we use it as a tax deductible donation?
Yeah, to city attorney.
Oh, city attorney?
He's checking on that.
We're already not paying those types of
Okay,
taxes.
so
It's for a city.
then we could donate to a nonprofit organization that might need it.
We can check into that as well.
Like Habitat.
Like Pat.
Let's see.
Come on. I can't sleep in the garage.
1 and 2.
Am I next?
Yeah, you.
Oh, no, I was just gonna second that. I was gonna go, like, I don't even mind not even getting money, but even donating, I would be okay with. Because it's, and also too, just recycling it, it's a good thing, especially if the furniture is in good condition. So I agree with all those comments.
Very good for you.
You got another one?
I'm agreeing with all 3 of them. I don't want to have to spend $2,100 to get rid of it, and I don't know what it looks like. I would like to see either go over there and see, or have some photographs emailed to us so that we could see what exactly Pat saw the other day. But I would be all for getting rid of it in any other fashion in which it doesn't cost us.
Yeah, I think donating it to a nonprofit is a good idea. Goodwill, Habitat for Humanities, those type of.
You got to deal with you have to deal with my wife.
Uh-oh, I hope she's not watching. Okay.
Okay.
So with that, is that good enough?
Yes, Mayor, council will bring it back with some options available for the council to reconsider.
How about some photos too?
Okay.
We will provide a list and the photographs, sure.
Okay. Thank
Don't
you.
take the photo of my file cabinet.
No.
Okay, good.
Okay. We're on item 16, staff and city parks. Let's have the staff report.
Sir, I believe the city manager report goes first.
Oh, it's way down here. City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, council. No comments, but Mr. Reyes is going to speak in my stead on some information.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Just want to let everyone know Lawndale will be hosting its 9th annual Field of Honor display to honor veterans and military heroes. The event will take place November 7th through 12th during the Veterans Day holiday and will feature hundreds of American flags displayed on the Lawndale Civic Center Plaza lawn. Flags are now available for purchase and can be redeemed at the conclusion of the event to be taken by the owner or donated back to the city to fly proudly at future events. Anyone can contact municipal services to get information purchasing a flag, and we've also got some flyers in the back of the room for attendees. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now item 16, staff and city parks. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And Mayor, I appreciate you being very excited about getting to my item and skipping the city manager report. But, taking it in order, this is a request from Councilmember Cuevas that staff prepare an estimated budget for adding recreation leaders at parks. Attached, there are 2 documents. One of them is showing those estimated costs for a 6-month program. The other one is estimates for a 1-year program, taking into consideration the following assumptions: that there would be 2 recreation leaders assigned to each park at all times. The weekday hours would begin at 3 p.m. and go until approximately 7 p.m., adjusting for the dusk hours. Weekend staffing would begin at 10 and go through 4 on Saturdays and Sundays, and that we would be starting at an estimated rate of about $16.65 with benefits, which was $17.50. In review of the different parks in which we would be putting recreation leaders, as mentioned in the report, Only one of our 3 parks actually has a park building where staff could be housed, have like a small office with some of the necessary equipment for storage, having a phone, things like that. One of the things that staff did want to point out were the 3 options that could be considered if the plan or the budget for staffing all 3 of the parks was financially challenging. We could either do one, develop a pilot program at Hogan Park, which is the one of the 3 parks that has a building where staff could be housed. The second would be try to increase our additional park ranger positions. Right now we have 1 staff member that goes from park to park in the evening to close the gates and kind of check on things on the weekends. And then finally would be the consideration of a mobile recreation unit that could be used to travel from park to park, including the school sites, our special events. That would be a van that we already have in our department. And then we would basically add some of our park equipment, games, recreational activities, arts and crafts, and then kind of have a designated schedule 5 days a week, 6 days a week that we would go park to park to provide recreational opportunities and a little bit of supervision at each of those parks. That said, I will leave it to council for discussion and direction for staff.
Okay, thank you for that staff report. Ms. Cuevas.
I do want to make sure that we staff the parks, because safety is one of the priorities right now. And I also know that we do not have $174,000 in the budget for it. So I would like to see option 2, staff continue with recruitment for additional park rover positions and increase the park patrol visits throughout the day. The one park that I constantly hear issues with is Rudolph Park. That is the one park that I keep hearing that either there's kids that are outside school hours or during school hours hanging out at the park. People that should not be in the bathrooms are in the bathrooms. We do need to focus in maintaining the safety of the residents in our parks. So if we can't afford the $174,000 right now, I would like to see option 2, and possibly in the new year, look into staffing for summertime, those parks. And that would be including, when I say staffing, that will be including the school parks for staffing.
Okay. I agree with Shirley, but as you know, I think we went out for our rec leaders, and out of 4, we got 1.5 so far.
1 is on board and
One, yeah.
working. One of them was starting the recruitment process and had to handle a family emergency out of the country. So we're hoping they come back and are still interested in
So until we can get staffing, I have to go with number 2. Also, I don't think 1 rec leader at the parks is going to be sufficient. And 2, if it was my 16 or 17-year-old son or daughter, and like Councilman Cuervo said, there's a lot of activity at Rudolph, which I don't see it, I wouldn't want my son or daughter out there by themselves. And I don't think too many teenagers are going to want to staff these parks, especially you close at dusk, when there's all this crime supposed to be happening at the parks. That's another reason. And I believe we have our mid-year budget January, 6 months?
February, May, and mayor and council around February is when we start working on the
So
new
we
year.
can look at the budget then too. But right now, you're not going to get rec leaders for, I don't know what the wages are, $16, $17 an hour? When you go to In-N-Out and get 20. They're not going to, it's not feasible. I wouldn't do it.
20.
But that's my opinion. But I'd go with number 2. And I'd staff our own parks first before I staff the joint use parks.
Okay. Bernadette, Ms. Flores.
I don't know if this is an option, but you know how we have the school crossing guards we outsource to another company to provide certain amount of hours? I don't know, is there any, anybody that can, you can hire to staff? They might move the people around and so have more bodies to be able to possibly staff the parks?
I think there are contract services available, but I would think those would fall into more of the security category, where you have someone that's, either armed or unarmed, but trained as a security guard to kind of walk and patrol. That wouldn't provide any recreational opportunities, obviously, to the community, but I don't know of any organizations out there that, would contract out like recreation leaders, or if it were more about programming and trying to provide positive programs for the community as opposed to security. I think that would be the goal. By providing positive activities, you help eliminate some of the negative, but it would be a challenge for staff, for the recruitment of staff, but perhaps a contract agency for security might be more readily available than rec leaders. Would also be probably a little bit more money for entry-level security.
I'm just wondering if there's something we can try out since we're having trouble hiring at those wages.
You good? Yeah, I would say, thank you for that. I would say, speaking of security, so it seems like security is more the top concern, at least having a presence there. I know there's been, in the past, we've used our security patrol. At least they would post up at some of the parks, particularly on William Green's. One of the residents reported that received a lot of good response by them frequenting the park. Previously, there was some, unwanted activity at the park, but they have since seemed to kind of abate since the patrol has kind of posted up at the park. So I'm wondering if we can use the security patrol more often, at the park. Because yes, we do want to have, at the end of the day, we do want to have a recreational, leader or what have you. But if safety is the real immediate concern, if we can use the patrol more so, then I think that would be advantageous to do. First, and second, I am in favor of Shirley's recommendation, item 2, as well. But we know it's going to be, a little challenge, of course, hiring the recreational leaders or what have you. But at the end of the day, I'm for 2. But in the meantime, what's your thoughts on using the security more so than we are now?
I believe you're talking about Southwest Patrol or for that. I believe in conversations I had with Michael that they're already scheduled to stop by parks on a daily basis. Michael, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, so I do get daily reports from our Southwest Patrol guards. We have 7-day-a-week coverage during the day, 5-day-a-week coverage in the evenings. All of the guards stop at all of our parks multiple times during their shifts. But they also stop at the facilities, MSD, they stop at the maintenance, the Public Works yard. So they are making multiple stops, so we can have them stay at the parks longer if the council wishes. They already are going multiple times a day, though. And in fact, just this weekend, Milton, our night guard, did catch the water leak that they notified staff about. So they are there. They're showing photographs. I know they're there. But again, because they're going to so many places, they're going to be away. So we can have them stay longer. But as Jason said, they're not going to be able to provide recreation services. They'll just be an armed presence.
Yeah, it might be great if they could stay a little longer so that it becomes normal for people to see them. And so let's say, for instance, if you are inclined to be involved in some mischief or what have you, if you know that they could come any time, you might be less inclined, as opposed if they just kind of roll through, look through, stop by, and then go about their day if they're actually posted. Because when I saw them posted at William Green's, they was actually there for a good period of time. This was like maybe a month ago, maybe.
Yes, we can make that a priority and have them prioritize the parks immediately.
Okay. But I'm in favor of 2.
But this way, by having our own staff, we don't have to remove the security from other areas that are needed to catch the graffiti or drive our neighborhood. Our staff could spend, I don't know, an hour, half an hour in a park and then move on to another. I don't know how your program would be, but I'm assuming they'll hang out at one park for a little bit and then move on to the other park. Is that my understanding?
Currently, we only have one rover, and it's not the same person. Obviously, they have different shifts on the weekends. We try to get to each park, and that includes the 3 school sites, but that's 6 different locations. So the time it takes to go from, park to park does take a while. One of the issues we have is that person is responsible for closing the gates or locking the gates at the end of the evening. We start with the city parks, and then usually Rogers Anderson is a park without lights. So we'll try to lock those gates up. That dusk hour, it's sunset and they can't be at all the parks at once. But if they do have a route, the option 2 suggestion could be either to have 2 people in one car for their safety, or potentially split them up. We only have 1 city vehicle right now that I would expect the staff that could drive to all the different locations. But yeah, it does take time, but if it's a half hour at each park, or we could identify an increment and share that with the council. But the more eyes that we have there, the better. And as long as they're connected to our security or the sheriffs that they know, if in the event of an emergency they can contact, that's one way that we could schedule it as well.
Okay. And we could borrow Lucho's trucks that he's buying. He's getting 5 or 6.
I don't want the old ones. I don't want the.
I was thinking, we'll give you the one out front, out back here.
I was thinking the same thing.
Okay.
Thank you,
Good one
Jason.
from Public Works. Okay, so,
So you need a recommendation?
yeah, so what is the pleasure? What are we doing with this item?
I'll make it. I'll go with the staff recommendation,
For 2, right?
to number 2 at the top. And let's see what it'd be. And then also review the cost associated with adding recreation leaders to the 3 city-owned parks, including, city-owned parks, including Hogan, Hopper, and Rudolph Park. Yeah, that's what it said.
Is that?
I don't know where they, it says the 3 owned parks, there's only 3 we have.
Yeah.
Yeah. But number 2.
I'll second that.
All right, so that's a motion in the form of motion?
Yeah.
Okay, the motion been made by Kearney and seconded by Cuevas, that we adopt said recommendations. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the council please vote? Madam City Clerk?
For item number 16, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, item 17 is Mayor and City Council members' report of attendance of meetings or anything you want to share. Let's start with Ms. Cuevas on the end.
All right. I attended the ribbon cutting of our new family-owned business, Bricks and Minifigs Toy Store. It's a Lego store. They're located at 15625 Hawthorne Boulevard. If you like Legos, they have every single Lego you want is at that store, so go visit them. Nice family. They used to live in Lawndale. They live in a neighboring city, but they came back to Lawndale to put their business, so let's support them. I also attended the League of California Cities 2024 Annual Conference and Expo. Very interesting, a lot of good information. I have some flyers possibly for Michael that I need to bring about rescue services, pet adoption, and things like that. So I will bring that for you. And I attended the Lawndale Neighborhood Watch meeting. It was a Dodger baseball night. It wasn't well attended because I have a feeling our residents were watching the Dodgers. But I would like to thank staff and the Sheriff Department for putting that together. It's good conversations with the residents that were in attendance. Show up almost every neighborhood watch meeting, and hopefully next meeting on November 20th, we'll have at least 30, 35 residents. Michael keeps bringing food, and then, it stays there, and then we all eat it, and we start gaining weight because we're eating his snacks, so that's not good.
You can bring burritos next time.
And also, this is for Lutra, I think. I believe Councilwoman Rhonda asked for a list of cars and that might be coming up for discontinue, and the new ones that we have, how old they are. So a list of the cars that we have in the city. That will be all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Hoffman Gorman.
Thank you. I attended the California Contract Cities Legislative Committee meeting. I attended also the Bricks and the Minifigs opening, and I would piggyback on what Councilwoman Cuevas said and say that if our residents have Legos and they're looking to get rid of Legos, it's also a really nice place to resell them so that, and then turn around and invest in new Legos. So, and they have everything from little kid Legos all the way to adult style of Legos. So that was pretty fun. I also attended the Neighborhood Watch meeting. I agree there were less people, but I think we found 2 individuals that had new problems and new areas in which we have some things to do that I think the city and the sheriff's department are working on. So I still think even though we were small, there was still some information that was had there that made it a valuable meeting. And I look forward on the 20th of November to being back and that we have more individuals as well, because it really is a time in which residents, city staff, and the sheriff's department can actually get things done and work together. The conversations that are being had there are always valuable. The other thing I did this week is I attended a firework ad hoc committee with the sheriff's department, with another council person, and city staff. I really would like, because I'm getting calls from people about our fireworks issues. Sean, do you mind discussing or summarizing what happened in that meeting and what came out of it?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. So we met, the report out, we met with the fireworks ad hoc. We discovered there were some limitations on enforcing fireworks for the New Year's. Mainly the sheriffs already have some commitments. Of course, Sergeant Smith and Lieutenant Osborne are going to try to see if we can get some overtime deputies, but they're committed to other venues and other, like the Rose Bowl for New Year's, SoFi Stadium, and they have other commitments, mutual aid commitments. I don't want to speak for the sheriffs, but we learned that. And also, Mr. Reyes did check with his staff, and they're not interested in, some of his staff are not interested in doing the New Year's holiday enforcement. So we're very limited on doing any kind of enforcement for the New Year's as of right now.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Kearney.
Okay. I also attended the Neighborhood Watch meeting. Like the lady said, to my left, the Dodger game was on, so we had a low attendance, but like Wanda said, we had 2 or 3 new people there bringing up issues. I also attended somewhat the document shredding day for Lawndale residents on Saturday. I was busy working on something else at the time, but I did notice at least 6 cars come in and people were shredding. My wife wanted to put me in the shredder, but I wouldn't fit. But it was a well-attended, it was only for 2 hours and it was well-attended. There you go.
Ms. Reyes.
Okay. I attended, along with Councilmember Hoffman Gorman, the Firework Ad Hoc Committee, which they gave an update. On Saturday, one of our businesses, CNS Gardens, they had their annual fiesta, I think that's the name of it, which they have activities and whatnot. And you'll be happy to know, Mayor, that they're advertising the rebate program. So for people who, so they do have that up so people are aware. And then today, as I mentioned earlier, I attended the special meeting for the South Bay Cities Council of Government Board of Directors as it pertains to the ITC funding request from Inglewood. And then just to reiterate the 2 points I made earlier, I do want to agendize Planning Department having, so people can rate their experience with their application submitted, and also look at future meetings in which we invite the public to talk about their concerns and what permits that they've tried to pull, and try and figure out a way in which we can make the process better and easier for our residents.
Thank you. All right. You gonna announce that? Oh, okay, I'll announce it. Okay, I too attended the CNS Gardens Center Pumpkin Patch Festival. Well attended. People came from parts unknown, to attend the festival, which was great to have people come visit our city, as well as bring their tax dollars to Lawndale. And I did have the opportunity to speak to the manager about the rebate program, which allows property owners to get a rebate for their home improvement projects if they purchase materials here in the city of Lawndale. So that was a great event, great weather, great turnout. I also attended the, as mentioned earlier, the South Bay COGS Transportation Committee, where we talked about the transit connector. And I too attended the ribbon cutting for brick and minifigs Lego store. The store is really unique. Yes, it's a family business, and we're always I'm honored to support family businesses. I think that makes like 3 or 4 in the last couple of months of family businesses here in the city of Lawndale. So that's really exciting. One of the exciting parts about the bricks and minifigs is that you can make your own you can make your own little custom made Lego. You get the head, yeah, the minifigs. Yeah, you get the head. You get the legs, you can mix and match it, and it's customized, and it's, it's yours. It's your your design, I guess, or whatever. So that's pretty exciting. And what I didn't realize how much those Legos can go for. They had some Legos that go from $200, $300 that you can actually purchase. And like, wow, I didn't know that was a thing. Obviously they have Star Wars. That's the one of their the brands that they have logos with, and a couple of other, of course, Marvel, stuff like that. So it was pretty unique. So we want to welcome Brick and Minifigs to the city of Lawndale. And that's.
I also have one other comment.
You have one other comment?
I do.
Okay, go ahead with your one other
I
comment.
wanted to remind the residents of our Halloween haunt.
Okay, that was going to be my one other
Yeah.
comment. Okay, go ahead with your one other comment.
You saw this thunder.
Yeah, it's exciting on October.
Give us the date.
31st,
What time?
6, isn't it?
What time, Jason?
Is it October?
4. 4
4
to
to
8.
8?
There we go. 4
It's-
to 8.
It's on the 31st, right?
It's on the 31st,
Okay.
and that's always a busy night.
Yeah. Okay.
Goodness, there's
All the witches and goblins.
In Google.
ghosts and goblins and everything else are going to be out that evening. Most of them are here at City Hall.
Very good. Okay, with that, we do have a closed session. Oh, we have one closed session. I'm going to ask the city attorney to give the provision of the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is under Government Code 54956.9D2, conferring with legal counsel regarding significant exposure to litigation. I hope to make this not too long for you this evening.
Okay, thank you. November 4th. November 4th. 4th, right? Write it down just in case. Okay, we have returned from closed session. I'm going to ask the city attorney to give the report of the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the council was briefed on the item of potential litigation. No action reportable under the Brown Act was taken this evening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. The next regular scheduled meeting of the Lawndale City Council will be held on November 4th at 6:30 p.m. in these chambers. It is now 10:24, and we are adjourned.